Hello. Oh, it's on. Oh, wow. I cannot believe. Yoink. All right, it's on. Hello, Giggler. Hello. We start with the game. Oh. Oh! Wait. Are you working in the rain? Are you working in the... They make you work in the rain? How does that work? How can you do anything in the rain? How... What sort of things can you do in the rain? That's interesting. It's not a heavy rain, right? I assume. I remember I used to be like... I got employed once to do some work. It was also garden work. And it did start raining and the people did expect me to continue during the rain, so I guess... How's it going? I don't know what your schedule is today, but whenever you are free. Oh yes, that's right. Boy, we're doing the thing today, right? We're doing the topic today, yes? South Asia, yes? All right. So let's do it like this. We're gonna play the game for a bit as warm up. And then you tell me when you've had enough of the warm up, and then we will do the topic. I think the topic with you should take priority, you know? My rant about the far right can wait. I think your topic is very important. We shall do it. This is Sea of Stars. Uh-oh. I should make it louder. This is Sea of Stars. It's an RPG. Sounds good. Streaming Airfield. Okay. I'm streaming the Sea of Stars. We both have, you know, sea in the name. Look, it can power up. Moonerang. Wait till you hear the battle theme. Uh oh. You can block, but I'm bad. So I didn't. Oh, I blocked it. Did you see? That's what happens when you block it. And you can do a combo if you... Oh no, it's just one shield. This character fights with one shield. I doubt it's the last we'll see of that one. Let's be on our guard. Okay, 30 minutes to an hour is a great warm-up, I think. Look at this. I can fart from my hand. I call it farting from my hand. Those are the characters. Work with mud. You work really hard. Avatar the last fart sender. It seems that way. But the farting is really useful, so it's all good. Let's get a thing. Uh-oh. I always make this mistake over and over again. Let's get out of here. Yoink. Betty. There is an item here. So we're gonna heal. Maybe. Mushroom soup. We're gonna fight. Listen to this music. I'm gonna make the game a bit louder still. There we go. Look. Hello! Look at this. Oh, we've done it. I've not done it. There we go. Let me see. Oh, too late. Ooh! I blocked it 3 times in a row. Do you have to manually send those boomerangs back? I have to... They go back on their own, but I have to... Yeah, I have to deflect them on my own. Thank you, Isomorphic 5, for the subscription. Which means we have 890 subscribers now. So yes, I do have to send them back. That's right. That's right. Block again. Oh my goodness. Combo. How did you like that? Isn't that pretty cool? Should I heal? No, I don't think I have to heal back. Such a nice game. Oh my god, gigglers. Sphericals I damage switch eyes during the animation. That's because there's a reason. That's very common in games, that the sprites are not drawn to sort of, how to say, the sprites are not drawn to sort of take into account all of possible directions. So when you go like, I'm gonna give you an example. This scarf is on the right. This scarf is on the right now. And it's on the left right now, see? This scarf switches position. And it's basically the same principle with this car. Because otherwise they would have to make more sprites. If they would make more sprites, then this car would always be in the right place. Does that make sense? But usually it just mirrors. That's why this car changes place. It's actually pretty common in games, this sort of thing happening. So in other words, you're not imagining it. It's definitely not your imagination that this is happening. Fair enough, game design is time consuming as it is, so it makes sense to save time on sprites. Yeah, and this is an indie game, so I have to say that it's expertly made for an indie game. I do believe it's an indie game. Oh. There we go. It didn't block, I think. I hate you, university. Wait, why? Why? I hate you, university, but why? I don't get it. I'll be able to start donating again today. I finally recovered financially after buying all those university books. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But I think, you know, the books are important. The books are really important, you know? I have to admit, I'm excited for your university. I don't even know why, but I feel this weird level of excitement for your university. Maybe it's because I just feel that starting new fields is always exciting. And starting university is starting a new thing, so it's sort of like exciting. Incidentally, in Poland, Lulu, we both know I won't read them. You won't? Wait, what's the subject?
Open!
Thank you for the $30, Red Rose. Thank you so much. Wait, what's the subject of the books? Well, why won't you read them? I thought you... Wait. Don't you like your... Don't you like your course? I've never read a single book of leftist theory. Oh, you're studying leftist theory? Wait, really? Leftist theory is part of your studies? That's pretty cool. Yeah, thank you once again, Red Roots. You know? I would like to go back to university. It might be difficult. Damn. Media management. Ah. I even said that you could manage my media. Today I visited mom. Cause there's been a lot. I decided to do something nice for my mom and for my brother. You know? And since I now can, I feel like I should, you know? This editor died and even read a single book on left this series. Oh my goodness. I actually feel like I keep thinking that I have ADHD, you know? Because my concentration is very... Oh my god. I get distracted a lot. Super a lot. When I read a book, it looks like this. I read one page, I turn around, I start thinking about something. I think about what I just read reminds me of, then I start reading up, thinking about the thing that I get reminded of, and then that thing reminds me of something else. I do the whole, you know, rundown. I do the whole rundown through the things that it makes me think about, and then maybe I return to reading the thing that I was reading. I don't know. I'll get tested. I have to get tested. You have ADHD, Red Root? You have it? Attack. We're gonna invest in attack. We're gonna be super attack focused. Oh, okay. So how do the symptoms go for you? Okay, that's... I don't know. I'm a strange individual. Maybe I'm just lazy. I'd only ever read theory to further understanding of minorities for the sake of the fiction I write. I mean, that is actually a pretty legitimate reason, I guess. Your fanfiction could broaden people's understanding of minorities, you know? If people read your fanfiction and they take away from it more understanding of the situation of minorities, then that's pretty cool, isn't it? You basically read the theory and transform it in a more digestible way for others to enjoy. In a story. Which is actually not easy to do. Really listen to audiobook of Judith Butler. Oh, Judith Butler. I only have one book of Judith Butler about war. I have one book of Judith Butler. It's about war. It's called The Frames of War. Do you know it? I'm not sure what's changed. Oh. I'm gonna have to get checked for ADHD to once and for all know if I have it or not. Isn't this game good? Moonerang. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't block. Uh-oh. Game is indeed good, that's right. I didn't block. My reflexes are going back to normal. Oh, come on. Hello, Maya Mayor. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh! Yes, please! Into a healing combo! Wait, are you listening to the audiobook right now? Mushroom soup. Oh wow, nice. That's good. Let's hear. Ah, okay. Thank you. Look, you can do such combos. I've watched a whole bunch of political topics from Poland on recently. I've gotten in touch with the Polish campaign because, as you may know, well, you probably don't know, in 1 month we will have elections to decide the new government. That's right. It's Poland's chance to actually get the far right out of, out of governance. So the stakes are pretty high, you know? And I will be discussing the elections today. For example, what do you think of the left? Because there's a political party called the Left. It is also running in the election. What do you think of the idea to provide all students with $250 per month for studying? What is your opinion on the idea? Healing light. Yeah, but it's also a good incentive to be able to afford to study, you know? That's a really big, like, there's a few things to consider here. Like, many people basically have to work full-time and study, which is detrimental, you know? And many people are not wealthy, you know? So it helps them. You know? I think it's combined of an idea to give students affordable places to live as well. And I'm gonna tell you what strange feedback I saw on X or Twitter. I saw people on Twitter say things like, oh, why don't we give students free vacation while we're at it? What? Students go to work? No! Students should be freeloaders. And I had to inform that person by, I had to respond by informing this person that, in fact, studying is work, believe it or not. It might be shocking to some, but studying is actually a form of work, intellectual work. Does that make sense? It must make sense, right? And somebody quote tweeted me and said, this has to be trolling, when I wrote that studying is actually work. This has to be trolling. Like, what the hell? Like, do people think that you just go to university and that this skill just passively enters your mind? Oh, higher education isn't free. It is free. It is free. You have free higher education at public universities. I did write that in my I actually did write that in my initial tweet, that someone here has never studied in their life, after I said that it's a form of work. So I guess great minds think alike, Maya Mayor. Because I did add that I did include that little snipe as well. Like, it's silly. If you have a historian or a doctor or anyone who has skills, do people actually think that obtaining those skills takes no work at all? What's the logic there? Like, of course we should make things easier for people and better for people so they can, grow and help make the world better. Yeah, studying is work. The contributions you make to your field is done via the work you put in. Yeah. To say that students are freeloaders just betrays that a person does not know what studying means. That's right. I'm recreating the song that makes the big dragon asleep all the time. Wow. We can do some stuff now. Hold on. Wait. What? What's... Oh, I made a mistake. Never mind. So yeah, the study thing is one thing. What? Oh, a whole other matter is the policy of the ruling party, you know? The policy of the ruling party is a whole other thing altogether, you know? And we're gonna talk about that. That's gonna be a segment. It's gonna be my whole rant because it's about Poland, but the topic is more than just about Poland. It applies so internationally and so across the board that it's just impossible not to discuss it as a segment, you know? Oh. You know? Wait, maybe I can... No, I don't think so. Or can I? Nope. Not a thing I'm supposed to do. Am I not smart enough for this puzzle? Oh wait, no. Okay, I am smart enough for this puzzle. Let's try it. Let's go. Soft lock? Soft lock what? Wait, soft lock what? Boom. That's right. You broke into my fort. Are you Malcolmud? Or Malcolmud? Why did you hurt my pet? It's not fair. Rocky can't know that you're just playing if I'm not there with her. What is going on? Playing? You're terrorizing the town. It's just to play, but no one else is strong enough. No one ever understands. Did no one teach you about your powers? Magic is not a toy, Malcolmud. So you have come to berate me too? The man's just chilling and you kicked his dog. Basically. That is basically what happened. I got nothing to tell you. You hurt Rocky. Get out of my fort. Wait. I feel bad about attacking. But there is no way to defend in this game. Oh. But in most games nowadays you cannot really lock yourself. Like that doesn't happen all that much in... That has not been a thing in game for years now, actually. Like in in older games, that used to be the thing that you would do one bad thing and you could like lock yourself out of progressing. Yes. Carl is a chef who uses spotlight as a shield, that's right. You see, you figured out the character very accurately. Okay, I'm gonna attack the block. I'm gonna attack the mage and not the pet. The pet is innocent, you know? Blocked. In his scar when he defeated his former master, actually, he lost his eye by defending his friend from a monster. It's showed in the game at the beginning. What the? Was that monster a rat? It was a thing that only exists in this game. So it's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to comment. Hello, Charizardus. I'm gonna have a big stream today. Boy, oh boy, let me tell you. It's gonna be so awesome. We're gonna be discussing South Asia and also bigotry. Oh, block. Wow, that's pretty good. That's right. We have ascended. Well, I blocked part of it. Blocked. I think we're doing well. Let me see. Oh, it's live mana. You can absorb it to add magical attacks to your physical attacks, and it also boosts your power. Like this, see? You can absorb this. Become more powerful, and then Oh. And every time you attack, you regain some magic points. And when your character falls in battle, you see those stars? The stars above their head represents how many turns needs to pass in order to get up. Unconscious, not dead. You're very strong. Did people berate you too when you were kids? Is this why you left your village? Listen, Malcolmwood, you just happen to be born with special powers, and it's a shame no one was able to guide you through that. Guide me? Everyone just makes fun because I'm not the same. They say Malcolmwood can't dig. Well, have you given it a try? It is too boring. I cannot do it like everyone else. Everyone likes it, but not me. Oh, and here I was hoping for a more graphic indie game. Oh my gosh. Everything was made only for others. And when I try, they say Malcolmwood is not good. So I give up, and then they say Malcolmwood is lazy. I really try, but I don't understand. So I make a effort and show them. Aww. It's okay, Malcolmwood. You don't have to do like everyone else. Girl is right. Normal doesn't have to be your thing. You do you. You're pretty good with earth magic, aren't you? Yes, I love doing magic with earth and rocks. But everyone says I must not do it. They just don't understand yet. I'm sure you could really help them if you wanted. Don't you want to try and do good instead? They will only make fun because I am bad with digging. Nah, they just need to see what you can really do. I don't want to show. It's okay, buddy. Take the time you need. I can stay in the fort? Well, it's yours, isn't it? Right, guys? Totally. Yeah, plus your fort is pretty cool. I like you. Well then, can you do us a favor and agree to stop creating monsters? Rocky is not a monster. Of course not. Look at her. You understand. Okay, maybe I will do good if something big needs my magic. For now, I will stay here with Rocky. Thank you. I like you. Take care, Malcolmwood. Aww. Haters will see you casting earth magic and say he must not be good with a shovel. True. True. Discrimination against earthbenders is real. Not bad, girl. Ha, sometimes you just need a little positivity. Look at us, restoring peace to a small town. Still no closer to finding a ship though. Wraith Island. Let's go check on the villagers. Surely we can use that lift now. Bad with a shovel. But we're fighting bigotry. That's good. Oh, it's them. Time is ticking. Is everything on track with the preparations? We will be ready for the eclipse. Ready and excited too. I fear the psychic's hesitance might fester. We should get a final confirmation. I will go myself. 3, make sure everything goes smoothly in my absence. Who are these perverts? But it's okay, we've got our crew. The Solstice Warriors have returned. Has the threat been contained? Malcolm would agree to stop clogging the wind tunnels. We are safe. Hooray. You should have mentioned your role in this. Apologies, brave monk. We struggle indeed to give proper bearings to one of his talent. Well, y'all better be more respectful in the future. We might not be here to save you if this happens again. Understood, you have our word and our thanks. Is there anything we can do to repay you? We're looking for a crew of adventurers who might help us sail to another island. Oh, in that case, you will want to visit the port town of Brisk. Feel free to use the big lift to the south. You're the ones who fixed it after all. A port town, surely we can find a ship there. It's got all sorts of people. You're bound to find what you're looking for. Oh, I can't wait. There might even be a tavern. Let's try that lift. Alright. What a great game. We're gonna experience it together, like a family. Look at this small person. Heading out, have a look at my equipment and food. Okay, I can cook my own food. Oh, thank you, I can finally get some sleep. Thank you again for helping with Malcolm Wood. I promise we will do better from now on. If you want to go to Brisk, well, yeah, the lift, I get it. Wow. Oh! Oh, we can fish! That's right. I do want to fish. Their path's now clear. I hope this is of help to you. Thanks again. It is, actually. There's a lot of help, actually. Wow. Oh, the irony. What's the matter? I need my tools to fix the busted door, but they're in the back room and I can't get through. The lever on the other side seems to work fine, so if only there was another way to enter. I'll try and find another entrance. Why, thank you. Guess that's a side quest. This is the best fart. I almost said fart. This is the best fort we've built so far. I really like it. Look, I made a fart. Like Malcolm Wood. Making a fart. Fish to give you the German. Oh, so that's the other entrance. We're just gonna demolish your ceiling. Oh, I guess that's not high enough. Well, we could demolish the ceiling, to be honest, by jumping on it. And jump down to the... Oh! Now it worked. See, I just understand this game. I'm gonna ransack your house. You're gonna give me a reward. Hey, good job, kid. Were my chests okay? Haha, just kidding. It's the least I could offer as payment. Thanks for the help. Well, I probably should not have taken the... I wonder if the dialogue would have been different if I didn't take anything from the chest. Is it true you thought Malcolm's pet was a monster? Haha. Things are finally back to normal. I'm just glad the kids are safe. We've been here before. What's happening here? Alchemist took hide and seek a little too seriously if you ask me. It's good to be back in business. Servicing wind tunnels is demanding, but teal amber is very valuable. Hey, you did it. Thanks, really needed that here for your troubles. My brother finally finished painting. I can't believe it. This is my favorite spot. Okay, we can rest. It's not fair how people have been treating Malcolm Wood. That's true. I'm glad we could help. Let's hear a story. Oh, you found a new artifact. Let's see here. New story unlocked. The Great Summoning. Let's listen to it. What few people know today is that Kunus Nuku had already been banished by the time the Great Summoning happened. The channeling had begun months prior, back when the lizard folk still had the upper hand. It was toward the end of the decades-long battle after it became clear that the Molkin mages would be the victors. On this night of nights, the air carried early cries of victory across the archipelago. Suddenly, the very sky tore open, and a giant sky serpent emerged to wreak havoc. To this day, historians argue about the origins of the sky serpent. Some say it is a monster of pure evil stolen from another plane of existence and forced to remain here. Others believe it came from above the clouds, a once friendly creature that had its mind corrupted by dark magic. But regardless of its origins, the sky serpent was set to change the world forever. Back in the time of the Ovates, the ritual of these elements could have been performed to control the sky serpent's mind. But alas, the Ovates were long gone. Earth magic being their only strength at hand, the Molking elementalists devised a plan to contain the threat by carving intricate wind tunnels straight into Extol's mountain. They turned it into a giant musical instrument. Blowing through the mountain, the wind started playing a melody so pure, it forced the sky serpent into slumber. The magic was strong and was believed that the world would remain safe for generations. Or rather, for as long as the mountain played the melody true. For the greater good, the Molkin gave up on their study of magic and established an outpost atop the mountain. Over generations, they became expert miners, living a pledge to keep the wind tunnels operational. The brave Molkin have toiled around the clock ever since, protecting the world one pickaxe strike at a time. Despite centuries of stability, stories say that the magic enhancement on the wind tunnels will eventually fade away. One can only hope that the ovates will return before then. The end. What a story, huh, Gigglers? What a story. Oh, we can rest. We paid for it or something. Oh my goodness, Gigglers. Let's go to the new place. Look, it's the serpent. And if there is a tavern, there will be a chef, so maybe I can learn a special recipe or something. Wow. Carl, check it out. No way. You've been wanting to see the sleeper since you were a kid. How does it feel? Like all my summer days are happening at the same time. Ha ha ha. Adventure life is the best life. We're almost there. Get ready for a swim. That's right, a big dragon that's asleep. Or a serpent. The map is bigger than it was in the demo, understandably. Looking for a boat? Head over to the port town of Brisk and meet Captain Clee's Shea crew. Pirate card. "10 minutes and I'm good to go." Okay, tell me when it's okay and we will do a call. In the meantime, we're still warming up with the game. Isn't that amazing? Oh, Gigglers. There you go. We're swimming. This is going swimmingly. What do I do now? Oh. It sure is. It's a great game. need to get all the chests. It is our duty as gigglers. Oh. Too late. Oh. I'll block this one. There we go. Block. Throw an apple. Uh-oh. Nice! Bounce a moon rank 25 times in a row. That's an achievement. We just gained it. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, secret passage. Got it! Wow. 50 gold. Not bad, not bad. So you need to explore in this game. Oh. How do you get here? Oh! Got a rainbow thing. True. Wunderbar. Ach, learning Yiddish will be a delight. Let's see what's here. Wheat. Food. Chest. Oh, something to sell. Or maybe some good weapons in the city. Block. Block, but still die. Oh, too late. Uh-oh. I'm not sure if I'm doing this too early or too late. I might be doing this too early. Oh, uh-oh. Moonerang. There we go. You're really doing the moonerang. You're mooneranging. Bouche breast. I see. I understand now your feelings. I understand now your feelings. How do I get here? To that blue chest. Getting here. Oh. 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 Sunball. There we go. Easy win. Oh. Got him. Boss drop. We also have to get the blue. You need to get a blue thing. It's our duty to get that blue chest. Understand me? My feelings? Huh. Ready whenever you are. Alright. I'm gonna make the game quieter. I'm gonna pause. I am ready. Should I call you? Should you call me? I said decision making, Giggler. Call me. Maybe. Resident Evil is best. VC, that's right. VC. Boy meets Mini. Hardcore. Oh. Call me, call me. Boy meets Mini. Global. Oh, okay, you're in the hello.
Hi,
Guten
Lucy. Can you hear me?
Guten Morgen. I am making you louder. Say
Okay,
something.
great. All right, test 1 2. How's everybody doing?
Okay, I'm gonna do a test of hello. A test of power. A test. Say something now.
Okay, test 1 2. How we doing, everybody?
I think it should be okay. I think it's okay. Is it
Yeah,
okay?
I moved the mic a little closer. Hopefully that helps.
It's good? Okay.
Awesome.
Alright then. Would you like to be on the camera or something, or is it okay as it is?
No, it's okay. Yeah. I don't. Sometimes my Discord crashes when I do that. So.
Okay, so I will just have to do the thing. And what would you like to be represented by?
So I'm Boy Meets Mini. My pronouns are he, him, his. And yeah, Lucy's volume is a bit low. Okay.
My volume is low.
Yeah, I have you at 200% here on
Let me
Discord.
see.
So yeah, no worries.
Let me see. One moment. Let me check something. Let me check. Why am I so? Okay, now it should be okay. Is
Now
it
you're
okay?
good.
Go. Now am I better than before?
Yes, much better.
Okay, so I will write you
All right.
your destiny. Not the Steven type. Boy meets mini. Okay, the guest. Here
I
from the
see
mini
Chainsaw
stream.
came over. Yeah, Chainsaw came over. Nice.
Oh, I should maybe do the multi-stream with the Twitch. What do you think?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah? You
Yeah,
think it's
you're
not
you're
worth?
fine.
You think it's not worth doing the multi?
It's okay. It's just I mainly am on Twitch, so I haven't made the switch over to YouTube. I've been considering it, but my main audience is over on Twitch, so I've been sort of just staying staying that side. But either way, it's all good.
Hello, Chainsaw. Hello, hello. Okay. So, what brings you to this magic realm of history, languages, and games and other things?
Yeah, so I guess a quick intro for people in your community. I know I hang out there sometimes, less often lately, just because I've been so busy. But I come over there when I can. So yeah, I'm originally from South Asia, specifically northern India. There's a region of northern India I'm from called Uttar Pradesh, which is one of the northern states.
Oh,
And yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. My best friend some time ago went to India. She's a big YouTuber in Poland, you know? She's like over 700K subscribers. And she visited the most, you're probably familiar, the most thickly populated neighborhood in the world.
Yeah, I think that's the one in Mumbai, right?
Might
That's
be.
in
It's near the tracks, I think.
near the tracks. Yeah, I
There
think
are
that's
tracks nearby, yeah. And they're like those tracks are like a border.
Okay, that's not Mumbai then, I don't think. That would
Okay,
probably
I'm gonna link
be
you up.
yeah. I'm curious. What I'd
I'm
like
gonna
to
link
maybe
you
that's
up.
something I can react to at some point on
Well, it's
stream.
in Polish, so it might be difficult.
If there's subtitles.
There might be actually. I think there might be. So it's called. It should be somewhere. We attended a wedding in India. So she attended a wedding in India. Dharavi.
Dharavi. Oh yeah, that's in Mumbai. So that yeah, that is I believe Asia's largest slum or one of Asia's largest slums. In fact, that's the movie where that's where Slumdog Millionaire is actually set. So
Oh,
yeah, the
interesting.
movie
But
Slumdog
it's a
Millionaire
very
is set.
interesting place, even though
Mhm.
people don't live in the best always. But there's a lot. It's a very. Where can I link it to you? Can you DM me?
Sure. I can DM you real quick. Message. Here we go.
Does it have subtitles? Let me check.
I don't share a server or only. Oh, okay. I need to add you. Okay, there we go.
It does have English subtitles.
Okay, that's something I'd like to react to and just sort of give my perspective on it as
That's
well.
perfect. That is a perfect all around. Because Huan is a really nice person, you know? Oh, this is the.
Sweet, thank you. I'll definitely have to check this out. And
I might as
find
well
out.
send you all the others video from India, right? Like we attended a wedding in.
Weddings are something else over there to say, or like within the diaspora. They are really something else. Like that, we go all out on weddings.
Nice.
um,
You know, it's very. Her channel is like an educational channel. She has like 758,000 subscribers.
Wow, that's a
Okay,
lot.
yeah, she's really good.
Yeah, I'm
You'll
just
see.
pulling it up on stream to show my community. But yeah, I guess yeah, this is a Polish person, right? And
Yeah,
um they would they it looks like they've gone to India several times. So really interesting.
a Polish person, but also of course Vietnamese.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so they're Vietnamese and they live in Poland and
Yeah,
they're fluent in the
she
language. Wow,
she she has lived in Poland since she was 2 years old.
amazing. Wow, yeah, I'll definitely check out their channel.
Like,
This looks
she's my
interesting.
best friend, and her brother is my best friend as well.
That's cool. Very, very cool. Um, yeah, so um uh sorry, so yeah, back to sort of where I'm coming from on this. So yeah,
Yeah.
South Asia is one of those parts of the world that I talk about frequently on stream as part of my segments. I know, you know, I watch your segments pretty often.
Oh,
I
thank you.
need to do edits of I need to do edits of mine as well. Just editing takes forever. But
It's true.
yeah, South Asia is one of those regions of the world that I talk about on stream. It doesn't get enough light in sort of mainstream lefty content. Like, you know, you turn on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, and you look at all the lefty streamers, and they're all sort of covering the same stories. And I
Right.
get it; they want to get clicks and they want to grow their communities, but you know, I think at least personally, I consider bringing stories to light that are not getting coverage in mainstream media to be a responsibility of a lefty content creator.
True.
And I you certainly have done that with your I shouted out your channel in my chat. You certainly do that with your content. You know, the all the stuff about Poland, Polish history, and especially of the Jewish community
Oh
and
yeah.
diaspora there, and sort of their resistance to anti-Semitism and fascism. And it's really really incredible to actually like hear the truth about that and just how courageous these people are.
Yeah. Might also speak about the Roma more in the future. Like the people that are persecuted all around Europe, and it's just normalized to, which one theory actually states that the Roma people originated from India.
Yeah, they do come from. They certainly have ties to like mainly in the sort of the northern regions of South Asia. That's mainly where their descendants come from, but it's very diverse. You
Right,
do
yeah.
find sort of descendants of Romani people, or not descendants, but ancestors of Roma people in regions like Rajasthan, Punjab, and Sindh, sort of the northwest corners of India and sort of in the border regions. That's where you'll find a lot of them, and they're nomadic people, so they sharecrop, they perform and do circus acts or music or whatever for tourists.
Mm,
That's mainly what they do.
right.
So, yeah. But yeah, it is commonly understood that Roma people in Europe are sort of descendants of them.
Yeah, and they're
Uh,
like the most, I would say, I don't think it's an exaggeration if I say that the Roma people are the most persecuted people in Europe.
yeah, and
That's my opinion, you know?
yeah, I mean they're marginalized and oppressed in many ways, much in the same way like refugees are,
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
especially these days. Yeah, I do think it's very similar kinds of oppression
Which I would
that
like
they
to talk
face.
about. After we talk, I'm probably going to do a whole talk about refugees because let me just say it's a big, big topic of
Oh
the
yeah,
election right now in Poland.
I can.
Immigration, but it's framed as, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna give one teaser that the currently ruling party says, oh, if those people win, they will let in all illegal immigrants. To which I sort of, to my mom, I was watching it with my mom, right? I posed this sort of thought of mine to my mom, if the government is letting the immigrants in, then by definition they cannot be illegal. They become legal, you know, automatically since the government is letting them in. They can't be
Yeah,
illegal if the government is letting them in. So that whole rhetoric is just nonsense babble.
yeah. It's like who defines legality? The state. Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. So how can you say if they become the government, they will let in all of those illegal immigrants? They will be legal then. What the hell?
Exactly. And so this is actually one of the things that I wanted to sort of
Talk about.
um, talk about, which was you see what's going on in the UK right now, right? In the
Mm-hmm.
UK with the whole rhetoric around the boats, the boats, and you see people who are, POC people who are in positions of power. Prime Minister Sunak, right? He is Rishi Sunak. He is originally his parents. Well, they immigrated from I think from Kenya originally, Kenya, but their ancestry is actually from Punjab, which is a region of northwest India and sort of eastern Pakistan. It's a border region that got split in the partition of 1947. So Punjab is, is sort of a distinct, region of South Asia where Rishi Sunak's family is originally from.
Hmm.
And so the history of his family is they're very upper caste people, and so I'll probably like explain a little bit of what caste is, but like they're very upper caste people who owned a lot of property and business and land back home in Punjab. Then his parents went to Africa to start businesses there, and and stuff, and then they immigrated to the UK. And of course, one of the things Rishi talks about is how because his parents immigrated legally and they happen to be people of color,
Right.
that all these people in boats should be able to do the stuff legally, and because they're not, we have to turn them around or sink them, which is really inhumane.
Right.
And of course,
Mm.
his colleagues in the Tory party who are also South Asian, like Suella Braverman and Preeti Patel and also I think Sajid Javed. Yeah, Sajid Javed. All of them are sort of like on this anti-immigrant shtick. And so, unfortunately, what's happening is that like a lot of South Asian people in the UK are towing that line, that anti-immigrant line, because they think, oh well, we came here legally, we came here the right way, we came here the way that the British people wanted us to. We didn't break the rules.
So it's a
Whereas New
very
Zealand, yeah,
classist way of thinking about it, right?
very classist, very casteist if you're talking specifically about
Right.
South
Yeah.
Asia. So let me explain quickly sort of what caste is. And I want to treat this topic carefully because it is very sensitive. It's a system that's thousands of years old that has been used by various empires from ancient times up until today to oppress people. And
Mm-hmm.
basically what it is the caste system is sort of a religious. It was started by sort of religious elites back in like ancient Indian empires. Like if you go back to the Gupta Empire, Maurya Empire, the Pandya Empire, if you go back to those, basically they what initially happened with Hinduism. So Hinduism is not a monolith religion. Obviously, it is polytheistic, but it is not like a centrally managed religion, say, unlike
Right.
Catholicism. Right? Hinduism was sort of a disparate array of different beliefs, mainly folk beliefs that were sort of syncretized and sort of centralized over time by empires. And so, nobility and intelligentsia in those empires would sort of rewrite the myths, right, and sort of and sort of basically formalize them into religious texts and sort of formalize institutions like temples.
Right.
And so that's what's been happening over time in South Asia and throughout the various regions of South Asia with Hinduism. And so one of the institutional things that came out of that was the caste system. And so it's believed that there was one daughter of a goddess. I forget exactly which one because I'm not Hindu, I'm a Christian. Actually, my family is mostly all Christians. But one of the goddess's daughters' name is Manu. And Manu gave birth to, I believe it was 5 children. And those 5 children became the names of the different castes. So you've probably heard of
Okay. Okay, that
you've
makes
probably heard of
sense.
that's sort of the lore on it. Again, but the but the so the top castes are sort of Brahmin, and of course castes in South Asia differ from region to region, but there's hundreds of castes if not more, but you can sort of group them into the main sort of 5 categories of castes like Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, and Dalit. So I went from top to bottom. So Brahmin, Kshatriya,
Right.
Vaishya, Shudra, and Dalit.
There's
And so Dalit is normally, you've probably heard that term. You've heard that term. I hate to use this word, but I'm just going to say it once: untouchability.
yes, I heard this
Yeah.
term. Yes.
And so basically, the way caste has worked its way into South Asian societies is it has basically worked its way into every part, whether it's social, economic, education, property, occupation, just all that stuff. It has worked its way into all of those aspects of daily life. And unfortunately, it has also created a lot of segregation, in our cities and in our rural areas. So, and this has been the case for thousands of years. And undoing that, there has been a long-standing effort to sort of abolish or annihilate the whole concept of caste.
Right.
So, you've probably heard of activists like Ambedkar, who was one of the sort of freedom-fighting figures of the independence movement. He actually framed the Indian Constitution. And a lot of us in India and it's throughout South Asia lovingly call him Bhim because his first name was Bhim Rao. So a lot of people you'll hear from India who are anti-caste and who want caste abolished and who are, sort of more left-leaning, will say Jai Bhim, which means glory to Bhim, because he himself came from from a Dalit caste family, and became a lawyer. And he used to defend Dalit people and organizations and communities in court during the British Raj of all times, in British Indian court.
Right.
He did a lot of work also in community organizing and protests and helping in worker strikes as well. So he was incredibly based. A lot of lefties cite Marx and Lenin Lenin, Marx and
I'm not sure about Lenin, but
no, not Lenin. Some do, but like, yeah, who are the big names? Marx, Lenin, Bakunin, Goldman, right? But they
right.
miss out on Ambedkar,
I think
and
that's
Periyar and some of the other
I'm
leaders.
starting to think that it's a
Yeah.
problem, you know? That many times when I mean, it's something that can be helped to a degree, but a lot of the time in I guess I will use the term in the West, mostly Western thinkers are quoted,
Yes, yes. Sorry, I'm
So,
pinning your site link in my chat. So go ahead.
thank you. So, in other words, you could very well potentially, I think that would be a good idea. You speak the language, right?
Yeah, I speak. So when you say the language, obviously,
Well, there are
South
many
Asia is
languages.
very,
It's varied. But
very
you,
linguistically
how should
diverse.
I put it in a way that will be best? You have access to thinkers and works that have not been translated to English, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so the main language I speak in the region I'm from, which is in the north, and if you know where New Delhi is, Uttar Pradesh is to its east, basically,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a big state. In fact, fun fact about my home state, Uttar Pradesh, it is the most populated state of any country in the world.
Oh,
If you put Uttar Pradesh as a separate country, it actually has as many people as Pakistan itself, or close to Pakistan's population.
Interesting.
So you're talking about 240 million people, which is it's unfathomable. It's two-thirds of the United States living in one state. Yeah, it's
You have
incredibly crowded.
secrets, Meanie, said Chainsaw.
I have secrets. I do have a lot of secrets. Yes, critical racing theory being one of them. So actually, on that meme, real quick. So the whole critical racing theory thing started because when I started my channel a couple years ago, I started with a lot of racing games like F1 and
Oh,
iRacing and stuff. So
okay.
that's how I came up with the whole critical racing theory meme. And yeah, I continue to do it from time to time. I do more variety now, but you know, like on weekends, I'll put up
Yeah.
the steering wheel and actually race. It's fun.
Oh, I need a.
Yeah.
I need to get a arcade stick from the donation so I can fight the fighting games properly on
Oh,
stream.
that'll be fun. Like SF6.
Yeah, and other
Yeah.
games and Guilty Gear with the Bridget. Bridget? Is it Bridget? It's Bridget, I think. She's Bridget from now on. But yes, like what I'm trying to say is that you can be a bridge to introduce those thinkers that are not known in the West, you know?
Yeah, and that's one of my goals with when I talk about South Asia on my stream. Like people will think in the West, oh, it's so far away, it's halfway around the world. Why does it matter? And
It's
one of the
super nice.
reasons it's mattering, well, first of all, it's nearly one fourth of the world's population. If you add all the South Asian countries, you're talking about 2 billion people, right? India plus Pakistan and all the others. You're talking almost 2 billion. You're getting to sort of a fifth to a quarter of the world's population. And also, there are large immigrant communities outside, especially in Western countries. And sort of back to sort of Rishi Sunak and people like
Right.
him, and of
I've
course,
met people
you know,
from India
yep,
uh, studying in Poland because Poland attracts many people from abroad to study medicine because the Polish medical academy is fairly good and a lot cheaper than in many places.
yeah, probably. It's probably cheaper than the United States for sure.
Definitely
we,
cheaper.
yeah. So, yeah, and so there is a large diaspora abroad, you know, outside of the, you know, the home region, and
Right.
so. And I say region because one of the things that happens in South Asian community is a lot of times people will only think of India. They forget about Pakistan. They
Right.
forget about Nepal and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and Myanmar, you know, and Tibet and Afghanistan. You know, these are all related
Well,
regions.
Tibet
Um,
is there's a country that does its best to make people forget about it. Tibet.
yes. Yeah, the PRC. Exactly.
Right.
And India to some extent as well. They do marginalize Tibetan people who migrate over as well, because of mainly on religious lines. So one thing though I've been noticing that's happening in sort of these diaspora communities abroad, so
Mm-hmm.
such as you know here in the U.S. The U.S. is probably has the most South Asian immigrants, of any country in the world. You know, the U.S. and Canada. And so, and of course, the UK has a large South Asian community, but yeah, certainly throughout Europe and Australia, New Zealand, there are
Right.
large communities, and the Middle East. But focusing on the US, like you're seeing the rise of conservative candidates who are South Asian or partially South Asian. For example, Nikki Haley, right? Or
Right.
Vivek Ramaswamy, or and others. And so you're seeing this rise of conservatism in our diaspora. And what's really weird is initially a lot of people in South Asian communities, I guess because of being a minority, being an immigrant, having a lot of having a lot of racism and sort of of course Christian and sort of religious hatred from white people directed
Right.
toward them. They even at me, I'm a Christian. My whole family's Christian. In fact, my grandfather was a bishop of the Methodist Church in India.
Oh.
So I come from a family of like ministers and teachers who are in sort of the whole Christian ecosystem over there.
Right.
And so, uh, you know, and even I got, especially around the time of 9/11 when I was growing up, I faced a lot of that growing up. My
Right.
family and I, we faced a lot of that. And so, but what's interesting is there's been this shift in the South Asian community where a lot of us tend to have higher income jobs or have enough capital and money to start businesses. And so what's been happening is more than any other demographic group in the United States, South Asian people have generally very high household income, whether it's from corporate jobs or from running businesses.
Are you running a
And
business?
no, I am a software developer, and yeah, I make a decent amount, but I'm not a 200,000 a year Google employee. Okay,
Right.
so
Wow.
so yeah, but I'm just your mid level software developer. Your
Hmm.
average mid level tech guy. So the thing is though is that a lot of South Asian people own businesses, and there are many reasons for that. One, most South Asian immigrants who move to other countries are upper caste. So because they have the means to actually immigrate. Most people in South Asia do not have the means to leave the country. It is very expensive,
Right.
or access education. If they are able to access outside education, it's through, say, like a church mission who help them, or through some other charity group or NGO who helps them. But otherwise, no. So most immigrant, I'm not saying all, but most immigration from South Asia is from upper caste people who have the means to do it.
Right.
And generally, upper caste people, what do they have in India? They have money, they have land, they have status, they often have connections. So, for example, if you look at all the South Asian presidential candidates in the U.S. right now,
Mm-hmm.
Vivek, you look at Nikki, you look
Ah,
at
Vivek been very loud
uh,
lately.
don't get me Vivek is an embarrassment. I have made fun of him many times on stream, and for good reason. So he's an absolute clown.
Very loud. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah. Oh
And
God.
like the caste system complicates it a bit because you sometimes when people from a group say, "Oh, these people shouldn't be here," or they are not playing by the rules, or they're worse, unlike us, it sometimes is a survival mechanism, if that makes sense.
In a way, it can be, and that's sort of where a lot of, like, when you grow up South Asian, like I came here. I am an immigrant myself, but I came here with my family when I was 4. So I basically, that's the reason I have an American accent. I grew up, I did all my school here, K through 12
Right.
university, right?
From childhood.
So yes, I had
My
the American
Kren in
childhood.
Poland.
Yeah.
She was a bit younger. She was 2 years old when she came to Poland.
Wow, 2 years old. So yeah, definitely, like, grew up basically, in the, learning the language and
Yeah,
going to school in Poland.
yeah. That's
Very
why
similar. I can.
when um, she was in India, I think there's a scene where she teaches kids how to say bye, and she teaches bye in Polish.
That's cool. I'll have to see if that's on the channel. Um, but yeah, so but one thing that happens here is when you grow up here as somebody who is, from a South Asian family, at home you have one culture. And then you go out into the world, right? Whether it's school or university or work, right?
Right.
Your
Yeah.
parents go to their jobs or
Yeah.
whatever, or their businesses. It's a different, they have to sort of act different. And what ends up happening is we end up sort of, and for lack of a better term, we end up assimilating, right? We end up, in the outside world, right? We
Right.
end up trying to assimilate. And I'm fine with speaking English and all that, but it's like our mannerisms change. We try to not speak our language, out in public. I
Right.
tend to avoid speaking, Hindi or Hindustani out in public. I don't do it,
Right.
unless of course I'm back home in India. But which I haven't been in a while.
What is your
But yeah,
opinion on that, by the way?
on
Assimilation as a concept.
the way I see it is, the way I see it is like I do think there is some degree of like building relationships with people when you move to a new country. There is some degree of like building relationships with people, and language connects them, right? So learning the
Right,
language
but
is
it's a
great.
bit different. Like learning the language is, it's a little bit different than assimilation, if that makes sense.
Right. Language is sort of, I guess, a component of it. What I don't like about the assimilation is like, for example, in say the corporate world, right? A lot of South Asian people, we sort of adopt a lot of sort of corporate language. We start licking the corporate boot,
Mm,
and we are very obedient to our managers and stuff. And we do that, why we want to we want to please our immigrant parents and their wishes for the American dream and stuff
right.
like that. So that's one aspect of sort of assimilation that I've really noticed
I think
growing up here.
there are many insidious destructive elements baked into the concept of assimilation, and I think a far better route is integration, if that makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. And so like and I have to really like bake my thoughts in on this, but like the whole thing with uh like I need to sort of probably work on like what would I want integration to look like? In sort of
Like for
keeping.
example, in my
Yeah.
mind, it should be fine for whole communities in the US to exist that, for example, communicate 90% of the time in languages, for example, from India, you know? And it should be just fine.
Well, yeah, and then the other thing too is sort of within those communities, and this is something I've noticed in the South Asian community as well, that sort of carried over from India, which is there's a whole thing that's been happening over the past few centuries, or in particular throughout the 20th and current century, which
Right.
is the imposition of the Hindi language. So a lot of people, when you ask them what language do you think India speaks, right? They will say Hindi,
Yes.
and that's the only language. Like
Right.
that's the only, because why? The dominant movie industry is Hindi movies, right? Bollywood.
Right.
But
I've had a really,
yeah,
I had a friend in at university that was a huge fan of India, and yeah, she was into Hindi a lot.
yeah, and that's fine. I mean, yeah, northern people up north speak variations of Hindi, which Hindi is actually to sort of, this is another myth I want to bust. A lot of people, especially who are sort of right wing, like Hindutva nationalists, which that's the sort of right wing fascist movement. That's Modi's party, the
Right.
prime minister's party, and sort of that's the whole movement he's been a part of his whole life. They will say Hindi is the mother language of India. And actually, if you look at
Hmm.
history, Hindi came about Hindi came about in sort of the early days of the British Empire colonialization over there,
Interesting.
along with upper caste elites and religious authorities. And so basically, what they did was they wanted to formalize Hindi in the British Raj. And the way they did it is they took what was at that time called Hindustani and a few other sort of regional North Indian languages, and basically formalized it. And they added a lot of words from Sanskrit, which Sanskrit historically, or Sanskrit as many people say, but Sanskrit was used by a
How
lot
many
of,
people say it?
most people say Sanskrit like in English, but in
Oh,
our back
in
home we
Polish
say
it will be
Sanskrit.
Sanskrit.
Sanskrit. Oh, so you borrowed the same word. That's awesome. But yeah, so in Sanskrit, Sanskrit is historically, a language used by by religious, authorities and sort of, and priests, right? It's not like a language of the common people. So it's sort of imposed on the wider population. And so
Right.
basically what they did is they wanted to sort of Sanskritize a lot of the North Indian languages and sort of like formalize them. So the problem is that now throughout India, they are forcing a lot of people to have to learn Hindi, which is especially a problem in other regions outside the north. For example, Northeast India, which goes
Right.
toward like Myanmar and China, or you go toward like Southern India, where you have Dravidian languages like Tamil or Kannada.
Right.
So yeah, the unfortunately there's been this imposition of Hindi, And a lot of times what happens is that like in schools, the kids will have to learn Hindi and all that stuff, which is fine, but then like they don't learn their own language, which is Tamil,
Right.
or
Oh my
right. And
gosh.
so and then what ends up happening is like institutions like schools, banks, government offices will do work in Hindi, and unfortunately only people who have access to the education and who have learned Hindi are able to actually do their work. And
Right.
so a lot of lower caste and marginalized people, they don't have access to that education, so
Hmm.
yeah, they get excluded from a lot of the
Life.
life and society in a lot of ways. So yeah, this imposition of Hindi on regions that are not traditionally sort of did not traditionally speak those adjacent languages.
Yeah, I actually have
Yeah,
a similar.
yeah,
I
it's
have a
not good.
comparison by Karasu says because Karasu always has something very interesting to say in the chat. Do you have my
Mhm.
chat open, or would you like me to read it?
I have your site chat open,
Okay,
so I don't have YouTube
I
open, but I
will
have your site
read it
chat.
from the YouTube. Integration is something that is uh, reciprocal. Probably there is no one template here, as each community is somewhat different, and that is why I like integration over assimilation. It's not imposed. It does not erase the culture and the identity of the person that is supposed to live in a given country.
Mm, I
And
like that. Yeah,
assimilation
reciprocal.
does. Assimilation does do that. It's like when Poland did not give Ukrainian children, refugees, Ukrainian education, which should be like obvious, right? But Poland is pushing for assimilation rather than integration, you see. You know?
Right, because integration is more community driven, it's reciprocal, it's cooperative, whereas like
Yeah.
assimilation is authoritarian,
And
right?
its
It's top
assimilation
down.
is very baked into the notion of course, nation states. One nation, one language, one culture, one identity. And if you're here, you have to assimilate into this identity. I think actually the language uh, topic you mentioned, I actually sort of um, also is part of that, right?
Yeah, it is. And so, sorry, I forgot to change my category to just chatting. There we go.
Of course,
Um,
there are a few more
there we
messages that
go.
we will read from Karasu in a moment, but
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt too much, but like,
oh no, no,
yeah,
you're the
the
guest. You're not interrupting at all.
no, but I do want to answer any questions from chat as well because this is new to a lot of people who aren't familiar
Yeah.
with the region, so or with the diaspora. So one thing that I've noticed that's happening is that Hindi imposition is now carrying abroad within our diaspora, and so what one thing you'll see is like, for example, if you ever see like every year around like autumn time, around fall time, they usually have Diwali celebrations, right? Or in springtime they have the Holi festival, right? Which these are mainly Hindu festivals, but everybody sort of culturally celebrates them. Yeah, right. So a lot of the diaspora, we have these organizations called like India associations, right? So in many places, like for example, I live in Los Angeles. In LA, we have an India association, right? And so basically, it's sort of community and business leaders, and of course, it's very corpo brained. The community and business leaders who are South Asian, they sort of sponsor and lead this, and they organize, all these cultural events. And so these India associations are sort of part of the fabric of the Hindi imposition as well as the caste reinforcement of the caste, and because most of the people who run these associations are wealthy
Hmm.
South Asian people who own businesses, who are very prominent members of the community, who basically they're rich. Okay, they're basically really rich, and they sort of they have a lot of money, property, wealth, status, all that stuff,
Hmm.
and so. What ends up happening in a lot of these associations is lower caste people are often not included in a lot of those events. They will exclude those kind of people. Also, when say lower caste South Asian people immigrate to the U.S. and they try to get jobs, where's the first place they're going to go? They're going to ask fellow Indians, fellow
Yeah.
Pakistanis, right? They're going to ask fellow Sri Lankans to see if they
Try
can get a job.
to get into the community. Yeah.
Yeah, but because caste also exists in many people's names, so like in Indian names, a lot of times it's not just your family. Your caste is also sort of associated with your surname or surnames. Like it depends, in the South, names can get very long and complicated.
Right.
But yeah, generally speaking, caste is also sort of attached to your family name, and so people can tell what caste you're from. And it sucks because a lot of lower caste people will actually get discriminated against by their fellow South Asians who happen to be, upper caste. So for work, for finding an apartment, and so they are often left helpless when they come here. And so it's very hard for them, and they're marginalized by their own diaspora, which really
Right.
sucks. And so people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley, they are blind to that, and in fact are okay with that type of marginalization. And so what ends up happening is that marginalizing of the lower caste, it translates into how they think about everything else. Like how Vivek thinks about capitalism. He thinks it lifts all boats. Yeah, right, dude.
Well, it
Or
can't
like,
lift all
yeah.
boats, especially in the caste system, right?
Yeah, and capitalism actually reinforces caste. Why? Because it
Right. Yeah.
reinforces those economic divisions. So it sort of feeds it. It
And
feeds
it's
the
sort
wolf.
of, maybe I'm being off base here, but it's sort of,
No worries.
since I'm doing well financially as like a capital owner, it also reinforces that it's rightfully for me to be like that because of my caste position.
Exactly. And one other misconception I'd like to break about caste, a lot of people think it's exclusive to Hinduism. It is not. In fact, throughout South Asia, no matter the religion, you take Islam, even Islam, you take Christianity, Buddhism, Jainism. Oh, Jain people are mostly
That
Brahmin,
is
very
that is
upper
interesting
caste.
because I actually
Yeah.
did not know that there was such a misconception.
Yeah, no, there was, because a lot of people think because caste was originally a concept out of like ancient Hinduism,
Right.
in ancient Hindu texts, like the main text that sort of defines castes, because you have the Vedas, you have the Upanishads, the Ramayana, right, the Mahabharata. There's so many Hindu texts, but the main text that defines sort of the caste system and the sort of mythology
Right.
around it is the Manu Smriti. So Manu was, again, like it's like the goddess who gave birth to basically the main castes,
Right.
and sort of the structure of it. And so the Manu Smriti means code, or or like commandment or something. That's what that word means. So the Manu Smriti is the main sort of religious text that is sort of imposed on people, and so it informs a lot of how South Asian societies operate, unfortunately, and it
Right.
has unfortunately bridged its way across other faiths like Islam. The caste
I
system
sort
was
of,
was
yeah.
yeah, sorry. So the caste system was sort of reinforced by Mughals, right? Mughal Islamic rulers, and of course by the British. The British loved the caste system. You would think that, oh, they're bringing Christianity, they're gonna abolish the caste system. Nope, they
Well,
reinforced it.
it makes sense for them to reinforce it because they didn't
Yeah.
mainly bring Christianity. They mainly brought colonization.
Yeah, the Christian part was sort of the front to the colonizing, right? So,
Right. I
and
did
as a Christian
assume.
myself,
I always assumed that was omnipresent, the caste system.
yep, yeah. So it is very omnipresent, and unfortunately, it's omnipresent. It unfortunately has crossed over. It
Right.
has the immigration has brought it along. Now,
I
don't take this as
mean,
an anti-immigrant argument, of course.
no,
I'm
no,
just
it's not.
stating that
I
this
actually,
is a consequence.
it feels like what you're saying is that it's being weaponized as an anti-immigrant tool. But
Yes.
if the system wasn't omnipresent, then a person from a lower caste would simply need to convert to Christianity to get out of the caste system, which probably would be like a hack to the system, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but unfortunately, and this is something I say as a family who is in ministry, is in Christian education, you know, just because you bring someone to Jesus Christ
Mm-hmm.
and you save their soul, just because that has happened, that doesn't fix a lot of the systemic problems, right?
Right. Yeah,
It
of
says, well,
course.
okay, you are Christian, you are no the Hindus will tell you you are Dalit, you are lower caste. The Hindus will put you in this box. We won't. But what ends up happening, that Dalit person, there's no economic opportunity for them. They are still not able to get a good education or buy property, or have any sort of like, even if it's not, even if we abolish the concept of private property, they're not able to give a good home to their families, or to
Right.
their children. And so, yeah, and Ambedkar himself, he converted from Hinduism to Buddhism to try to escape caste, but then he even later eventually, admitted that, hey, a lot of Buddhist institutions are casteist themselves. So, yeah. So,
Yeah,
anyways,
because it's baked into the society itself, not just a religious belief right now at this
yeah,
point.
it has been baked into society over generations, over centuries of imperialism and various empires and cultural shifts. So, but it has stayed the course.
Yeah.
And so the way it's impacting us here is, again, when you see what all these South Asian politicians are saying in the West, and them going conservative, now you can kind of see sort of why they've gone that way. Like, this is not a fluke. This is not like, oh, they're the token minority or whatever, which that is a thing. But what's informing that is stuff like this, is sort of
Right.
this belief in sort of the sanctity of hierarchy. They believe that it's sacred and orderly to have a hierarchy, and keep people where they're at.
All right. I'm
So,
gonna read
anyways,
you
yeah, go ahead. I want to get back to chat.
some notes. In the UK, we see schools telling schools not to teach their own languages, so the native languages. Urdu and Bengali are also important in the north. I have
Yep.
heard the name Urdu, so I think I might have heard it from that friend that really India, likes India.
Yeah, so Urdu is more, again, it's more widely spoken in regions like Pakistan, Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh. That's where you hear it, but you'll also hear it in sort of Uttar Pradesh as well. It is mainly spoken by Muslims, but not exclusively. You will hear a lot of Sikh people speak Urdu as well. But yeah, it's mainly those regions speak it, and it is written in a sort of modified Arab script, Perso-Arabic script. So it is written right to left in sort of that Arab style.
Right,
Um,
and
yeah,
also
which is different.
the uh, languages of Jewish people.
Yeah, yeah. There's probably like multiple alphabets that they're written in different scripts. And so, yeah. So there are some differences between like mainstream Hindi and mainstream Urdu, but they're basically structurally the same language. They share most of the vocabulary, and they share like they're like 95% common. But there are words that are different. For example, if you want to say the word beautiful in sort of Hindi and Hindustani and those languages, the word for beautiful is sundar, whereas in
Sundar,
Urdu it's khubsurat. Khubsurat is the Urdu word.
Khubsurat,
Yeah, yeah. Um, so there
Sundar
are
and
some,
Khubsurat.
yeah, nice. You're basically getting it. Um, yeah. So, but that's the whole thing with like Urdu and the complexity and diversity of North Indian languages, because those aren't
Right,
the only two. There's Bhojpuri, there's Awadhi, Rajasthani. There's so many.
right.
uh,
So
yeah.
let's
So I could list you off a whole bunch of North Indian languages.
right.
But yeah, I guess, yeah, you can kind of see where like this sort of conservatism is coming from. It's a combination
Yes.
of the caste system, obviously social conservatism. India, and South Asia throughout its history, has been a very sort of authoritarian. It's been run by authoritarians, right?
Hmm.
And so,
Right.
because of that strict adherence to order, and very little encouragement of defying that order, you have a lot of, that's why we have arranged marriage is so common, right? Arranged marriage, and of course, caste factors into that as well. But like, yeah, you have arranged marriage, which is common. Education is mostly rote memorization versus conceptual and
Right.
holistic learning. Yeah, and there's just so many aspects of society that are that are orderly. And so because of all that, when South Asian people come to the West, they see sort of diversity and all this stuff happening. And then a lot of them become business owners or wealthy. And what happens when you're a business owner? You join a business association, and those business associations donate to which party? The conservative parties, right?
Right.
So this is the pipeline. This is the right wing pipeline for South Asian people. And so what ends up happening is us South Asian people, when we move abroad, we become blind to all the oppression that's happening back home. And we impose a lot of those same oppressive structures onto people in our own community and also other minorities, like Black people, Hispanic people, Roma people. I wouldn't be surprised if Rishi Sunak was racist against Roma people. Would not surprise me in the slightest. Despite
Oh,
the
you have the
similarity
YouTube
in,
chat now?
yeah. Let me look at it. Yeah, sorry. Let me pull it up. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case
Yes, we will be
with any of
talking
these
about
people.
Roma people. Since Karasu is the in-house expert on Roma people, and I will be doing many
Awesome.
segments on the topic because it's like, it's very, like, it's, the racism is so baked in that it's just, uh,
Let me respond to Karasu.
for in Poland, Roma people are associated with homelessness and
Mm,
with stealing, with begging for. I've actually had a few personal experiences with Roma people, you know? The one that I've talked about when I was a teen, when
mm.
I started dancing in the tram with a boy who was basically my age, you know? And then we just, I don't know, said bye to each other and that was it. Because Roma people also, now it's less often, would come to trams and buses to play an instrument and ask people to give donations, you know?
That is awesome. Yeah, I mean, Roma people are just fellow human beings, and that's what I try to do with my segments. I'm not here to just
Right.
like
And
doom and gloom
like
about South Asia, but
there's
like, yeah, sorry, go
there
ahead.
was a second sort of encounter that was extremely recent when my mom was in the rehabilitation center, you know?
Mm.
Like there was Roma, a person, a woman who approached me. She was pregnant and asked if I could not do shopping for her, you know?
Mm.
Because she said that
Wow.
she had problems with paying the bill, the electricity bill. She said that she could even show me the bill, which I said it wasn't, you know, necessary. And we sort of went and did the shopping.
That's amazing. That's awesome, and that's what needs to happen more often. And too often, like in I see in a lot of South Asian communities, for example, especially even in Christian communities, which there are a significant number of South Asian Christians who live in the U.S. They and they'll go attend white churches, or they'll start their own once there's enough people, right? And so what ends up happening is there's this right wing pipeline again through that.
Right.
And what I see in those communities is they will help one another. But then when I go to them and say, let's do some mutual aid in a park with unhoused people, they want no part of it. Or, for example, I've been fundraising for a queer couple in my Twitch community, who we helped get out of homelessness, and now they have a job, but it's a little unstable, and they recently had a kid as well. So they're really really awesome queer parents, who are really
Right.
doing their best to take care of their kid, and they don't have a good car to get around in. Their car is beyond repair. It's in horrible condition. So we're trying to help fundraise for them. And I do in my chat, I do have the GoFundMe link, but I'll post it in the Discord as well.
Right.
But when I, tried to get the South Asian Christian community here in LA to try to help out with that, they were like, "Oh, you're helping those rainbow, some of the younger people were. It was sad to see. They were like, "Oh, you're helping the rainbow mafia." They were using that word, which I hate to use that word,
Oh,
but yeah, they said that kind of stuff, and I'm like, again, a lot of these people, they listen to who? Tucker Carlson and Fox News
right.
and
Yeah.
evangelists and people like that, and they have adopted all the white evangelical sort of Christian nationalist stuff, and they tokenize themselves as sort of becoming more like white people, unfortunately. And
Right.
so I'm trying to be more of a progressive voice on that side. And it's hard because I'm probably one of the few progressives in that sort of part of the
Well, that
diaspora.
makes you a very
Uh,
important sort of voice that,
I
that fights for a better future.
I hope to be that again. No, I don't want to be too self-important, but yeah, it's
Well, it's not about
just
self-importance.
yeah.
It's about sort of understanding your role, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think I know a lot of people here may not be religious or Christian, but I do feel like it is a calling. It is a calling from God, and some it does feel
Right.
like that in some
Yeah,
ways.
that makes sense.
Um, yeah.
Makes sense
Sorry, let
to
me
me.
respond to Karasu real quick. I
Oh
know.
yeah, of course. Karasu always has great insights in the chat.
Yeah, and
So
I know. Okay. Yeah, in the UK, the elite are reinforcing anti-immigrant sentiments such as Sunak, Priti, and but yeah, I just talked about that. You heard from Sikhs and one Pakistani student of mine, 15 Sikh people and one Pakistani student you're looking after. Yeah, and it's the kinds of like and this is also sort of in the unfortunately the discrimination in South Asian communities. It's not just caste, it's not just class, it's not just sort of regional or religious stuff. It also crosses sort of gender identity as well. If you're
right.
not straight, if you're not heteronormative, too bad.
If you're
It's
like
it's it's
Lucy.
really bad. Unfortunately, yeah, and unfortunately, they will regard you as sort of deviant or against the culture, or you're adopting the Western ways, and like
Right.
you guys are the ones buying big houses and outdoing white people at the American dream. Don't tell me I'm adopting Western ways.
Right. I actually have about the language. Uh, I'm not sure if it's an amped comparison, but I feel
Hmm.
like there's a. You said you talked about an imposition of the Hindi, right?
Hmm.
And I think there is a. You could speak about a certain imposition of Hebrew, if that makes sense, because before the war, you had a huge community that spoke Yiddish,
Right.
and also there's Ladino. And after the war, because of what happened, the Shoah, the Holocaust, a lot of Yiddish speakers were killed, and now the
Oof.
language is endangered. And Israel's formal policy, because there was a language war, that's a whole story. And Israel's former policy is to forbid Yiddish, to shun
Mm.
it, to sort of make it not a thing in favor of the national language, which is Hebrew, you know,
Mm.
which also contributed to the extinction or endangerment state of the Yiddish language, which is a very sad state of affairs. And that is because Hebrew, the modern Hebrew, was before the war sort of framed as the language of the nation state of Israel that was to be formed versus Yiddish, the language of the diaspora. And then you can see why
Mm.
Israel has adopted this stance against Yiddish, the language of the diaspora.
Yeah, and that's kind of what's happening in northern India too, because that's been happening for centuries actually. Because like there's been imposition of language throughout the history, even before the British came. Urdu was actually kind of imposed on a lot of northern Indian populations, right?
Right.
Because Mughals spoke and developed Urdu and formalized it. But there were a lot of regional languages at the time, that predated the arrival of the Mughals. So the
Right.
part of Uttar Pradesh where I'm from, which is because Uttar Pradesh is a huge state, and there's certain regions of it, right? There's the part that touches Nepal, so there's a lot of Nepali people who live there. And then of course, eastern Uttar Pradesh touches Bihar state, so there is some crossover there, regional crossover with Bhojpuri language and Bihari languages.
Yeah.
And then in central UP, you have languages like Awadh. Awadhi is the language because that region historically was called Awadh. And so, if you go to a lot of rural areas, like outside the main cities of Lucknow and Kanpur, where mainly my family lives now, if you go outside those main cities and you go to the villages, you'll hear they speak very differently compared to
Right.
how the city is, right? So in Lucknow, you'll hear people speak, nice Hindi and Urdu. They'll speak it if they're educated, but there's sort of this divide when you go to the rural area or in sort of industrial areas where a lot of working class people are work and live, you will hear them speaking Awadhi, and so it sounds a little bit different. So the words are the phrasing is simpler, and sort of it's seen as sort of a poor person's language when it's really
Oh,
not.
interesting.
It's yeah. So
Like
Awadhi and
it's
Bhojpuri and all these other sort of pre-Hindi or pre-languages that predated the dominant sort of formal languages are seen as a poor person's language. But in reality, Awadhi, Bhojpuri, all these languages, Bhojpuri in fact has its own alphabet. It has its own version of Devanagari, sort of Hindi script.
right.
It has a movie industry,
Oh,
and yes, there are Bhojpuri films, which a lot of them are pretty good. Some of them are sort of fun, silly entertainment,
what
but
sort
a lot of them
of
are really good.
type? What sort of type of movies are they?
They're interesting. Some of them portray like village and rural life, but in Bhojpuri films also, they have the sort of song and dance type movies or romance films or rom-coms and stuff like that.
Okay.
But
That's
then sometimes they do historical too.
an interesting question from the chat. Can people speaking the different languages understand one another?
So this is where the sort of question of link languages comes up. So in the north, most people speak sort of a simplified Hindi. So Hindi is interesting because when you read, say, anything like the government says in India in Hindi, it's very formalized. They use big
Right.
fancy words and stuff, and even a lot of words they borrow a lot of Sanskrit words as well,
Right.
Sanskritized words. But everyday Hindi is not like that.
Yeah, but I
So
guess because
that's
you said the
yeah.
people in the rural areas and the villages and the industry speak a different language, right? So I guess my question would be, would a person from the city be able to understand the people from the villages?
Mostly. I think I would say it's like 90% crossover.
Okay.
But there are some word differences depending where you go. Dialects change depending what village region you go to. But yeah, generally you can converse with somebody. Like if you're in northern India and you speak basic sort of everyday, Hindi or Hindustani as it's often called, or Urdu, you can get by pretty well. But if you want to be fluent, then that's a whole different thing.
Oh, Karasi said
But
that there was a. I had been working to a Bengali family home care of elderly with a Heralan friend, and both of the language and even food had been massively different. Also,
yeah,
I think
so
Kerala has its own movie industry too, no?
yeah, so just to give people some bearings, geographical bearings, Bengali is spoken in places like Bangladesh and West Bengal, and that's sort of where it is in Bangladesh, right? That side. But Kerala is in the southwest corner of India, near Tamil Nadu, right near the Tamil-speaking regions in Sri Lanka. So it's on the whole other side of the country. And so yes, those languages are completely different. Bengali and Malayalam, which is the language spoken in Kerala, Malayalam are completely different languages. And yes, Kerala has its own movie industry too. Mollywood. Actually, it's what it's called. It's the
Oh,
Malayalam film. Yeah, yeah. I
nice.
can't understand Malayalam for the life of me.
I I
uh,
I believe that a big part of the fight for sort of people, if that makes sense, is the battle for the language, you know,
mhm.
of not allowing the language to be pushed, shoved aside, or even killed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this has been a thing. There's been a lot of communal violence over there. You've probably heard of many cases of communal violence.
Mm.
Probably the most prime example of communal violence in the current century is the 2002 Gujarat riots. So, and this has a lot to do with Modi actually. So this is where I'm going to knock Modi a bunch, which I always do because he sucks. He's a fascist. Okay,
Right.
so Modi, before he was prime minister, he's originally from Gujarat state. Gujarat is a northwestern state, and if you've heard the name Patel, Patel is a very common Gujarati surname. So a lot of people with the last name Patel are from Gujarat, right? Or Shah, or there's several others, but yeah, Patels are sort of like an upper caste Gujarati name. So but Modi is from there, and so he grew up in the RSS. He sort of trained up in the ranks of the RSS, which is the militant sort of right wing fascist org. There, they basically sort of have like a militias and stuff. And so so the RSS are sort of like I would say sort of I wouldn't say brown shirts. I would say they're more of like a sort of like an informal militia or brigade. And so and they espouse this idea of what's called a Hindu Rashtra, or a Hindu sort of like kingdom.
Right.
And so it's this ethno-religious, ethno-nationalist concept of South Asia, and those people, trust me, basically, if you put a Nazi and a what informally we call them Sungis, I make fun of them and call them Sungis, but
Oh
the
no,
if you put them together, if you put Nazis and Sungis together, they're basically the same. In fact, a lot of them praise Hitler
Portuguese.
as well. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss something in chat?
No, I said Portuguese, Sangis.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is
um,
very interesting. Like when you speak of
yeah.
languages that are thought as the languages of the poor,
Mm,
because um, like I will again do the comparison that
mhm,
Jewish people lived in the diaspora, like in the Polish region, and many people like who spoke either Polish or German or Russian. Yiddish was seen for a long time as this language of the poor, of the
mm.
pleb, so to speak. And it changed a bit later, but that is what the this language had, this reputation of the language of the basically the pleb.
Yeah, and that's
It's
kind of what
interesting.
a lot of these sort of more regional languages in India have as like a status. So, for
Right.
example, Bhojpuri is often seen as a poor person's language. It's not. It's the language of the people of like Bihar and
Right,
surrounding areas.
because like
So it is their language.
right,
Yeah.
because I guess with Jewish people, there's the aspect of when Jewish people moved to certain countries,
Yeah.
Hebrew was the sacred language, so it could not be
Mm.
used. So Jewish people would create new languages by adopting the languages of the places where they were and implementing elements of Hebrew, like the alphabet and certain elements of words or sometimes grammar, but I don't think that's as
Yeah.
common. So Yiddish was born like that. It uses the Hebrew alphabet, it uses certain words, but it's based on Old German. And then there's Ladino that's based on Spanish. And that is why
Interesting.
Yiddish was called a dialect and like the language of the poor. But it's very much its own language.
Yeah, I don't want to call it a dialect. Just hearing that description, like it just seems, it seems like it was sort of. I know there's this whole concept in like Caribbean countries of like Creole languages, which is where they mix sort of like the dominant colonial language with sort
Right.
of indigenous or West African languages. Like Haitian Creole is a good example of that. So this, I guess, but it's distinct. It is a distinct
Yes.
language of its own.
It's
Yeah.
a creation of a. It's sort of. I see it as wanting to keep one's identity while also becoming a part of the environment where you are in. If that makes sense. Hence, Jewish people created Yiddish while being in the German areas. And then Jewish people moved to the Kingdom of Poland and later the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, and Yiddish took on a lot of Polish words. And Yiddish also, which is also an interesting thing because there used to be a language of Jewish people of Poland that was very, that was basically, a lot of it was Polish language transcribed into Hebrew alphabet, you know? On the early Polish coins, you actually have Hebrew writing which says Mieszko Król, which means Mieszko the king, you know? It was a Polish ruler, Mieszko, you know? And
Interesting. I did not know that.
and Yiddish assimilated that sort of Slavic Polish Jewish language into itself. So it becomes a, from my perspective, it becomes an extra sad affair because if Yiddish dies, also all the other languages that became part of Yiddish die with it.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, and it sound from what I hear, and this is similar to what you see in India. Like I think someone in your chat said, if it's 90%, it's a dialect. Well, so what you got to understand, it's not just the 90% thing. You have to understand the history too. So Hindi was again a formalized language that came later, right? That's what's kind of interesting about Hindi. Hindi is a formalized language that came later, that was imposed by upper caste elites and by the British, and they sort of formalize it through education, through the law, through legal system, and through basically the main institutions of the British Raj. They enforced Hindi, Devanagari script, which is the main script that you write in, and so. Hindi was sort of it drew from kind of like the British Museum steals artifacts from all over the world. Hindi sort of stole and borrowed from all the North Indian languages that are distinct.
Right.
So that's where there's a lot of this mixing going on, and sort of people mix words and try to adapt. If like say somebody from UP tries to go over to Bihar and they start speaking, they might loan some words in just to help facilitate, just to help the conversation. So just to make that bridge, it's very interesting.
It might feel
The dynamics
weird
of
to
that.
say. It might feel strange of me to say, but I feel like the dialect versus separate language has elements of identity and even consent baked into it, if that makes sense, you know? Like if people who speak a certain type of way of communicating say this way of speaking is part of this broader language, we treat it as a part of this broader language, then the people themselves treat it as a dialect, you know? And if the people say no, this is our own language, then I think it's worth respecting.
Exactly, and that is my sort of approach to it. And this is especially true in South Asia, because in South Asia we also have a lot of indigenous people, believe it or not. Indigenous people are often referred to as Adivasi people, so that's sort of our term for indigenous or Aboriginal people.
Right.
And they live, they live very sort of nature, they live more in accordance with nature. They live in very traditional sort of ways, very sort of subsistence survival type living, but often they are trampled upon by industry, just like indigenous people in the U.S. were
In
historically and
Canada.
currently. Yeah, in Canada. Yep.
And
And just
basically
throughout the
all of
world.
the, as again, all of Roma people in Europe, to be
Or
honest.
South America and Mexico. Yeah, indigenous people there are really trampled upon, right? So yeah, so So, anyways, yeah, my point is that like a lot of the so when I talk about South Asia and what's going on there, the reason I talk about it is so it puts into perspective that hey, like because a lot of lefties will go into this whole thing of like they'll focus too much on America and say America is the world's villain and all this stuff, and I'm like, no, you got to be a lot more nuanced than that. That's
Right,
why I talk
yeah.
about South Asia and I say, hey, America's not the only villain here. Like there are a lot of lefties who've come to me and say, I thought India was a democracy, and then I break their brains and I show them that no, actually it's not. In South Asian countries are unfortunately very anti-democratic. They are going in the direction of authoritarianism. So you name the country. I mean, Afghanistan is already there with the Taliban. India is already there with the BJP and Modi. Although there is a lot of resistance on the ground, it needs to increase. Pakistan, of course, is like defaulting as we speak. Sri Lanka, obviously, for this is a topic that kind of hits close to home because I have a lot of friends who are Tamil and specifically from Sri Lanka as well, Sri Lankan Tamils. And so what's happening in Sri Lanka, if you have read about the yes, in Bluestone, yes, I know you from Arun's community and others. Yeah, Sri Lanka, unfortunately, the Sri Lankan government was responsible for the genocide of 100,000 Tamil people, and it was ethnic cleansing. And
Right.
unfortunately, that 100,000 is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the amount of oppression and marginalizing of Tamil people in Sri Lanka. And this has been happening for decades, if not longer. In fact, for centuries, it's been happening. So basically, the story of Sri Lanka, kind of in a nutshell, is Tamil people are sort of indigenous to that region, to Sri Lanka and to sort of that southern tip of India, right? So uh, what happened later is there were people from central India, from like Odisha state, and from some of the central regions who migrated down south to Sri Lanka, who basically colonized it. They are the Sinhalese people, and so the
Right.
Sinhalese people centuries ago migrated down there, and they sort of made their home there, which is fine. The problem is because of all the imperialism that they have done against the Tamil people for centuries, the Sinhalese people there's been this whole movement of Sinhalese ethno nationalism over there, and so
Oh no.
that's what started the whole Sri Lankan civil war in 1983. And unfortunately, yes, and Bluestone in your chat says correctly, every major power in the world, not just America, this isn't an America bad thing, China, Russia, the EU, the US, Canada, just like every major world power, basically armed the Sri Lankan army, including, in fact, even North Korea actually helped arm the Sri Lankan army against Tamil people. Now, obviously, this brings up the LTTE, the Tamil Tigers, who themselves did a lot of really brutal things to people. Let's not forget that. I'm not saying one side's good and the other side's evil. This is more nuanced.
Right.
But the conditions that were created by the world's powers and by, of course, the Sinhalese nationalists in the Sri Lankan army sort of created the conditions for the LTTE to do what they did. Now, that doesn't excuse what they did, but I'm just telling you sort of the how to
Yeah.
view this from a nuanced perspective. So, unfortunately, even today in Sri Lanka, Tamil people are basically being marginalized in a number of ways, not just through death. During the Sri Lankan Civil War, Sri Lankan Army and also even the Indian Army, the Indian Army Sniper Protection Force, during there to side with Sri Lanka, and they, for lack of a better word, they SA'd large numbers of women and children, and also
Thank you for the
LGBTQ people.
subscription, Shay student.
They burned people's homes
Thank you.
down, the bulldozers, like it was just horrific what they did. And so yeah, and unfortunately, yeah, a lot of the Tamil Tigers, some of what they did was kind of similar. They did it in retaliation. So yeah, unfortunately, this continues today. It's not as violent. It still is violent. I still cover it. But now where the oppression is Sri Lanka is trying to use the Sinhalese nationalist narratives to try to say that lands that Tamil people in northern Sri Lanka have inhabited for centuries or for millennia are now belong to the Sinhalese. They was originally the Sinhalese people's land. So they are using departments like the archaeology department to claim that where Tamil people live is actually Sinhalese land, and we need to push the Sinhala language on them and not allow them to speak or use Tamil.
This is
So
this is
yeah,
so bad and dangerous on any because it
yeah,
also pushes this idea like that languages belong to certain pieces of land and that everybody on that piece of land needs to speaking that language, if that makes sense, you know? That's a
yeah.
very
Where
dangerous concept of tying language to land as the dominant one that needs to stomp all others.
Yeah. Whereas I see it as more, languages are more about, that's why I'm more on the integration side versus assimilation, right?
Exactly,
It's
same.
more about, it's cooperative.
And
So yeah.
because there's this, how should I, because there was this comment before, um, about language that I wanted to sort of talk about. Well, it seems a bit from a brief Google that part of a language being defined as a language is nationality recognition and standardization, whereas dialect was described as a more abstract rules and regional. But like there's this concept of, I'm not sure if you're familiar, Yiddish land. Are you familiar with the concept of Yiddish land?
Kind of, I guess, explain it. Yeah, I
It
guess
was
if
a
you could
big,
explain it,
I
yeah.
think it was bigger before the war when Yiddish was treated as this. It was, I have this whole huge book about called Yiddish land that I have to go through, but I've read a
Mm,
very, very nice fragment which says that Yiddish land is it's basically, it ties into why most Jewish people were anti-Zionist, believe it or not, before the war, you know?
mm,
Because secular Jewish people in the diaspora were very uncomfortable with the idea of Jewish people being treated like a modern nation. And Yiddish land was
mm,
the idea of people living all over the world without one piece of land to being tied to it. It sort of transcended nationality, if that makes sense. Yiddish land.
mm.
We are all over the world, but we have our language that binds us, Yiddish. You know?
That's kind of how I have noticed. I have noticed this with Armenian people in the U.S. Living here in the U.S., especially in L.A., because Armenian community is huge here. But one thing you'll learn about Armenian people is that they are actually, because of the Armenian genocide that
Right.
Turkey did, right, in the early 20th century.
Which is very
Um,
interesting because, like, during the, have you seen the segment that I did on the genocide conference that I attended?
I
The
need to check
wasted
that.
lessons of the Holocaust.
Yeah, I'll have to go back through the
The person
through your channel.
who's like an expert on genocide basically said that,
Let me pull it up.
pull what up?
I'm just pulling up your channel.
Oh,
So it was
like
the
he
conference.
said, I did like a debrief of the conference. I took notes and I sort of talked about what I heard and saw in the conference. It should be a video.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
And the person said that the propaganda of Turkey is so huge that it managed to actually, even if it's not big, it did manage to spark debate if the genocide was actually a genocide, you know? That it
Yeah,
shows
I'm
that
just
Turkey
linking
has
your.
such sway that it's sort of, it's not a huge debate, but it did become a debate, and it shows how much of like power Turkey has, you know, when it comes to
Yeah,
this.
yeah, and what they do to Kurdish people, and also to
Yeah,
and also to Armenian people. So what
yeah,
happens in the Armenian community? The Armenian community in LA is interesting because they when they talk about like you ask them, "Are you Armenian?" They'll say, "I'm Armenian, but my parents immigrated from Iran or from Syria or from Turkey or wherever." So there, Armenian people have sort of kind of in the same way that Jewish people have been. They have been sort of spread, throughout throughout the world, and especially even like during and after the genocide, a lot of them escaped, right? And so they settled in other countries like
Right.
Kazakhstan or Russia or or throughout the Arab world. And so they will then come to the U.S. later on, like the next generation will immigrate to the U.S. and they'll say, my parents were settled in Iran or wherever, but my grandparents or great grandparents were originally in Armenia. And so they have this sort
Hmm.
of like three or four cultures they're juggling, and it's so cool, it's so interesting, but also like I'd like to sort of learn from their experience to see like what is it like. You have multiple cultures, and then you have also Western culture,
Right.
American sort of culture. How do you live with all that? It's so amazing.
It is.
And so yeah, that's kind of I guess a Jewish person's experience.
Yeah.
So um
Although in Paul, it's
uh
complicated because I'm like sort of exploring my roots, sort of. I'm
I
probably
am
going
also.
to. Sorry?
I am as well. I've been exploring my roots more as well. In fact, I'm
Right.
going later this year. I'm visiting family
It's very possible
after many
because
years.
there's
Yeah.
this thing with documentation and that it's hard to produce documentation from before the war.
Hmm.
So there's a. I will be going through a conversion process.
Yeah, definitely. I'm discovering more. What's kind of interesting is when you like a lot of people think that in the South Asian community kind of make fun of me because I'm left wing, and so they'll say, "Oh, you're communist, you're this, you're that," and they'll put labels on me. And
Right.
unfortunately, it's like no, by actually sort of exploring these issues, these different forms of oppression within South Asia and throughout the diaspora. It's sort of uncovered a lot for me. It's sort of in that like I now sort of see South Asia differently. Like a lot of people think India is one country, one people, one language.
Right.
Certainly the Hindutva fascists see it that way, like Modi and all those people. They will see it that way.
It's
But,
interesting.
it's not. Like they're wrong. They're completely
I
wrong.
guess
The way
I'm
to think,
lucky.
sorry.
No, no, no. Continue. Finish your thought. I have a
Yeah.
bad habit.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's I'm trying to condense all this down, and maybe in the future I could definitely, would love to continue this
Oh,
conversation.
for
But like,
sure.
yeah, there's just maybe
We need to
focus
have a
on
lot
specific
more
topics.
conversations.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely am enjoying this. But yeah, I was saying that like Hindutva nationalists will say that oh, India has one identity. We're all Indian. Hum sab Bharat ke log hai. That's one thing they'll say. They will consider India like a mother country and all this stuff. I'm like, the way I look at South Asia is not so much in terms of the political divisions that have been drawn by empires, drawn by the British, drawn by the current Indian government, right? Not just them, and don't exclude countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Nepal and Sri Lanka.
Right.
Don't exclude them; they're part of it too. But these people will say, "Well, we are India and they are Pakistan." And I'm like, no, the way you look at South Asia is you look at it as sort of kind of like a European Union, right? You sort of look at it as more of a regional sort of union that has distinct, sort of regions and peoples. That's kind of how I
Right.
look at it. That's the parallel I draw is everybody should start looking at South Asia less as like India versus Pakistan and more like the EU, where you have these distinct but sort of linked regions. And that's to me is sort of that direction I want to see South Asia go in is more of a union, and more autonomy for communities. And
Right.
hopefully that also helps break down a lot of like regional regional conflicts, and prejudices people have. It may even help like stop a lot lot of the nationalism and hyper
Oh
nationalism
yeah.
that's creating a lot of strife
Which
and violence
basically just
and
leads to
death.
fascism. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I want to see going forward for South Asia, is a more sort of autonomous, more autonomous regions going forward. But that's really hard in a country that unfortunately is so steeped in order
Right.
in obeying the social order and sucking up to authority.
I
You know,
guess
yeah. Go ahead.
the way I understood always India was that it's like many different peoples living in one area that is sort of uh how should I say labeled India.
Yeah, I
That's
mean
how I
the whole concept of India, right? The whole concept. So where does the name India even come from? It comes from the Indus River, which is geographically today located in Pakistan,
right.
because that's where like the
And of
yeah
course let's not forget where the indigenous people got their name from.
yeah
The
because
famous mistake.
the famous mistake of I landed in India. Columbus is like I landed in India. No, you didn't. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. The whole concept of India is like it. I don't like that concept. That's why I say I'm from Uttar Pradesh to a lot of
Right.
people instead of
Mm-hmm.
India, because it's like, and even the whole concept of Uttar Pradesh, which I should go into another time, is sort of it was imposed by not only the British but also the Mughals. So I often say I'm either from Uttar Pradesh or I'm from, or I used to just say I'm the city I'm from. I'm originally from Lucknow, which is the capital of the state, but it's also where most of my relatives live. Uh, so
Lucknow?
I mostly say this Lucknow, Lucknow.
Lucknow.
Yeah, I'll put it in the I'll put the English spelling in your chat here,
What is
and in my
the
chat
or
as well.
OG spelling?
The OG spelling, I can get that in. Let me get that in in Hindi script. um, but it's changed names over the years. Like Lucknow was not the original
Lucknow.
name. Lucknow is more of the Mughal name for the city, actually.
What's the original
Um,
name?
the original name I think was Lakshman.
Lakshman.
Lakshman Puri, or yeah, I think Lakshman Puri was the
Lakshman
old
Puri.
ancient name. Yeah, because it was named after the god Lakshman.
Would you
So
prefer using it or
no, I just say Lucknow because it's like the commonly understood name for it. So uh, and let me get the script, what they write in the modern Hindi script. Actually, let
Lucknow?
me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's a big city. I think it's the capital of the largest state in India, so it's a pretty big city. You're talking millions of people. Like
Right.
the city itself is 3.5 million, but there are so many workers who come in
Three
every
and a
day.
half
So
million. That was the amount of
yeah,
Jewish people in Poland before World War II.
wow, yeah, and this is one city we're talking about, but it's a fast-growing city. So, um,
And after the war, there were about 300,000 people.
ooh, wow, that's a that man, that's yeah.
Yeah.
This is it. This is in Hindi script, by the way. This is how you write it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, that's in Devanagari script. I guess what else do I say? I kind of want to let you move to your next thing. I
Well,
am
I was thinking maybe you could stay for the next thing if it's not a problem.
um yeah, I could I definitely will take a break, but I was just gonna say that like I just hope that like today, hopefully this first conversation of
Right.
many
It's
that I hope to
actually
have
the next topic is
is
super tied to what we're talking about.
oh, okay. Yeah, we might as well go into that because yeah, I think I hopefully have given people sort of a enough of I know I threw a lot of info at everybody, but like I think that I hope this like helps people see that like how a South Asian person like someone who is from the global South, someone who's from there, like how do we see it? Not how the Western media sees it, not how like when Modi visited the United States and everybody said India is a democracy, and I was cringing the whole time when he was here, the whole time.
Hopefully, we could make it
You
into a
know,
regular thing. We could share the history of the particular regions, in more in depth, etc. Maybe we could do it
definitely,
like
definitely.
a regular thing to talk about.
Yeah, and
So I'm
definitely, I
learning
think
as well right now.
yeah, and I'll keep posting in your chat. In fact, I think in your Discord because I think the other day I posted in your Discord there was an article I found about the Tamil language in southern India, where now in Tamil Nadu state which is a little more progressive than the other Indian states. They are more social democrat, whereas other Indian states are going fascist, authoritarian, which is kind of
So
interesting.
Moho
But Tamil,
asks,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Moho asks, what is the global south even?
Yeah, I mean that is kind of a Western concept in a way too, of saying, oh, I guess the way I the way I look at that term is, you have sort of the colonizing powers of the world, right? Like Europe and like especially the European, European colonizers, right?
Right?
But that doesn't mean colonization was only the fault of the Europeans. The Mughals were colonizers.
Right.
So, and of course, before that, you had many
Vietnam's
other
history
empires.
of
Yeah.
colonization is very uh, strange and complicated. Well, it's not complicated, it's super.
Yeah.
You know how Vietnam got colonized?
I've read a little bit, but I definitely need to dig more into that. I've focused more in South Asia, so
Right.
but
So
Vietnam is not too far away actually.
basically, the French came, and the people
Mm,
of Vietnam were ready to fight, eager to
mm,
fight. And if it came to war, like the French, technically speaking, had somewhat of an advantage in technology, etc. So it still would have been a very bloody, costly war, and the outcome
mm,
was not decided. But the cowardly royal family, the Nguyen dynasty, has decided that it did not want to support the people with the army, etc. And so the French have conquered a bit of land and immediately asked for peace, for negotiations. You know, we must
mm.
negotiate, which is why I always laugh when I hear people say Russia and Ukraine should just negotiate. So
Yeah, oh
they would
God, I hate those people.
negotiate, there would be peace for a little bit, and then France would attack again, take a little bit more of the land, and say, okay, let's negotiate. Okay, and then rinse and
It's like, and
repeat
then
until there was no more Vietnam left. It was all French.
yep. And this is another thing in Sri Lanka. This is sort of part of the discourse there too, is that like, well, the Tamil people should just negotiate. It's like, no, look what Sri Lanka has done to them. Of course they're gonna fight back. Of course they're gonna stand their ground. And as Karasu says, and I was gonna bring up this detail, but just for brevity's sake, I sort of wanted to sort of hammer home the point of conservatism in South Asian diaspora. But back to what Karasu was saying with the genocide of Tamil people in Sri Lanka, there was a cultural genocide at first. So what they first did is one of the main cities in Sri Lanka, in northern Sri Lanka, which is called Jaffna. So Jaffna is the main city up there in northern Sri Lanka. That's where a lot of Tamil people live. They burned the main library of Jaffna, which had a
Right.
lot of Tamil artifacts from like ancient times from the caves. I mean, this had a lot of very very important Tamil artifacts that were that were and they were burned. They were burned to the ground by
So,
the Sri Lankan government.
so
Yeah.
in other words, I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that it's something that we all lost. We all lost because of this. Like those ancient artifacts. I think that's a loss for humanity as a whole.
Absolutely, absolutely, and now there's been a long effort to for Tamil people to sort of rediscover that. There's a continuing effort to sort of restore and document that history properly.
Right? What do you think
In
of the
fact,
tension?
there's
Oh, yeah. In fact,
sorry, there's
right?
going to be a lot of questions, but one thing I wanted to bring up just quick at here at the end. I think this message sort of brings it home sort of. So there's one rapper I really like. He is actually originally from northern Sri Lanka. He's a Sri Lankan Tamil person. His name is Shan
Nice.
Vincent DePaul. This guy can beat Eminem at rap. Okay, I'm not joking. He's amazing.
Nice.
I'm surprised more people haven't listened to him. But he's a South Asian, Canadian rapper, and he did a song called "100,000 Flowers,"
Canadian. Just like
which
President Sunday is.
maybe show Sunday this. That'd be cool. If show Sunday this song. But there is a song I'm gonna link to you all in actually let me hang on. I have it on the other screen.
You
100.
should also get on President Sunday's channel to talk to a wider audience about this.
I hope to. I hope to sort of get this out to wider audiences. And sort of. I want to probably next time make the topic more specific. But when you
There's
talk
an
about South Asia, all
opportunity.
this stuff comes out. all
There's
this
an
stuff comes
opportunity.
about.
Maybe you could try to get on Vosh or something.
Perhaps you probably know I have a few misgivings with them, but
Yeah?
I'm not going to talk about it here. Oh God, I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, but certainly, yeah, I'd like to get on.
Demon Mama?
Oh yeah, for sure. Demon Mom is cool. We all love Demon
Those
Mom
are
around
big.
here.
Those are big audiences. You could
Oh yeah,
really
yeah.
get your message across.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna post this
important.
in my chat as well as yours. So I posted a YouTube link there. There's a song called 100,000 Flowers. And basically, there's a line in that song that I think really brings it home. So the verse is they started telling us die, selling them lies, shelling hospitals, getting by on a daily basis while they murder my people underneath the nose of every Pinocchio politician news channel. No,
Oh gosh,
that wasn't the one.
Pinocchio.
Yeah.
We have our own politician that has the nickname Pinocchio. He's the prime minister. But I have a question for you then.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think and how do you feel? I've seen because we are in the middle of the campaigning, our political parties are campaigning because next month we're going to have an election to decide what the next government will be. And I've seen a rally by the currently ruling party, and a big part of it was this prime minister standing there and saying, because the opposition parties are boycotting a referendum that will happen at the same time as the voting. The referendum asks questions such as, do you want to allow illegal immigrants to come and spread crime and rape? Are you against rape? Yes.
What? They're framing from that perspective?
Yes. And
Jeez,
today I saw on the TV, that's a very big thing that I want to talk about. And this is why I thought that you maybe should stay for this, because it is tied to the topic that you've been talking today. The prime minister was standing on this big scene and saying how
oh my goodness.
the opposition, if the opposition wins, the Muslim gangs will be invited to Poland to rape women, and you won't be able to go out after dark on the street anymore. The Belarus wants to send those people from Muslim countries, from Africa, as if that was somehow a bad thing, people from Africa coming to Poland, and it will be crime, gangs will form, whole gangs will be invited to Poland to do what they please, and they will kill and rape you. Do you want that? Do you want such a government to be here to allow such things to happen? Do you want Poland to be turned into Western Europe, which allowed immigration and turned into dens of crime and rape? Germany, France, all those countries. This is a very open line of propaganda from the current Polish government about immigration, as they call it, illegal immigration, even though, as we have discussed, if a government would allow immigrants in, they would automatically become legal immigrants.
Yeah, because the government, yeah, yeah.
Decides that, yeah.
So anyway, sorry, I found the line in the song. It's never trust no pig's word. Them lawmakers are all bakers. Bottom line is cake first. They burnt down our library that night in June. Them fools had
Oh,
no clue. Our history is so fireproof. So what he's saying is, yeah, they might have burnt down our library, but our Tamil history, our culture is fireproof. You're not going to put us
true.
down. Based. So yeah,
Very,
that song,
very cool.
everybody should listen to it. It's an awesome song. Yeah, it's from a Sri Lankan Tamil
I
rapper.
assume I
It's
cannot
all in
listen
English.
to it in
So
on the stream.
yeah, don't DMCA yourself. Yeah, don't get DMCA'd. But he really this song, like, I think every South Asian, well, everybody should
You
listen to it,
should put the
particularly
link
South
on
Asian
the
people.
Giggle Corin at everybody.
I will do that right now. But yeah, I will say, Lucy, it was great talking to you. I
Thank
think
you.
what I'll do is I'll have people. I know you're not on Twitch, but I'll have people go over to your YouTube channel and your site.
Thank you.
I'm gonna rate out now, but I will definitely stay on this call for the next part of your what you're gonna talk about with the referendums and what's
Yeah,
going on
this
in
is
Poland
like where,
because
yeah,
yeah,
I
because
think
now
we
you
should
mention
talk
that it's
about it
like.
because
Yeah, because
it's,
now you mention that. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, because it's like the referendum is a big anti, not just immigrant, but especially refugee. Have you heard of the Polish-Belarusian border crisis in Poland?
I've read some about it. I know, like I've been reading about how the EU is
Like for
turning boats
example,
around
it's
and
like,
stuff. But
oh, this it's more. It's not about the boats. It's about people
yeah,
trapped in
that's
the
surface
no
level.
man's land.
Ooh,
You're familiar with the term no man's land, right?
yeah. There's like this region of the border where people are like
Between borders, sort of,
they're trying to
technically speaking.
survive and
Like it's
yeah.
technically speaking a terrain between borders that belongs to no country. And people are trapped
Wow.
there. Mostly refugees from Afghanistan,
Mm.
you know? Families with children. There was this cruel meme that was created of a little girl holding a cat because, oh, she brought a cat. She must be, if she brought a cat, then she must be well off,
Yeah, yeah.
And people
Totally. It's like
mocked
wow.
about the cat, and it's just disgusting. The government built a special fence, as they called. It is part of this referendum. The opposition party is calling to boycott the referendum, to invalidate it, and I am glad about
Good.
that. And it's about the fence. It's about the fact that the Polish government forbade people from helping families, that the government forbade paramedics to come and help people. Food and water was forbidden from being given to the families. Being there in the open air, and the prime minister has tried to frame people who try to save those people as some bad people. And
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just like one thing I guess before we move into that topic, I guess I'll end my stream and then I'll come back in a few minutes once I get a
okay,
snack and take a break, and while you start on that topic. But like
okay, I'm gonna wait for you.
this, yeah. But I was just gonna say in conclusion, like I hope that today's conversation really helped people, both in my community and yours, really, and anyone else watching this after the fact, understand that like a lot of like so you look at Afghanistan, for instance, right?
Yeah,
People say, "Oh, Afghanistan is a dangerous country, therefore everybody who's from there is dangerous." Or they hear about what's going on in India with communal violence, or what the RSS is doing, starting riots and burning down Muslim communities. They'll say that India is a dangerous country, therefore you're Indian, you're dangerous. And no,
right,
understand from our perspective as people from these places, you know, the violence it's not violence isn't inherent to our skin color or our language or whatever,
right,
right? It's the violence is imposed on us by authoritarians, okay, who are in our country who are oppressing us. That's what's going on. And I wish more people would understand that instead of just saying, "Oh, it's because you're Indian. It's because in Europe
Right.
we don't do any of this stuff." I'm like, okay, look at your own history, Europeans. Come on.
True.
It's like
It's
people just they
racism.
associate,
It's
yeah,
just racism.
plain old
And
racism.
there was
And
a
the
lot of
problem,
it
yeah.
in that speech by the prime minister. A lot of that echoed, you know?
Yeah, remember when Trump did that racist tirade at Ilhan Omar, right? Who's a Somali American congresswoman, right? You
Right.
know, he was saying, "Well, your country is a mess, and so why should you tell us what to do?" You know, it's like, uh, no, Ilhan Omar and a lot of us who immigrate overseas are victims to some degree of what's going on over there. We're not oppressors; we are oppressed,
Right. Yeah, of
in many
course.
ways. So that's what people got to understand is like, yeah, just because you're from XYZ place doesn't mean you're the oppressor doing the atrocities.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
many people just don't, just cannot conceptualize this.
yep. And there's
And
many other topics. Yeah,
it
I'll let
becomes
you.
very
Yeah,
essentialist. But
exactly. Essentialism.
yeah, I'll wait for you to take the break and then we can talk about the speech, you know? And also hope we can talk about South Asia a lot more, and that you can get, like, for example, on Demon Mama or President Sunday to talk about that as well, you know, to get the reach that this topic deserves.
Yeah, I think I could definitely like structure it a bit more, maybe like around like the rise of conservatism
Yeah,
in the diaspora, and maybe start from there because that like points to a lot of the core issues,
Harasu said
and
she'll
not
help
only
you.
issues but like yeah,
She said I will
cool.
contact
I
you later
appreciate.
with topic that might interest President Sunday.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Lucy, appreciate you having me on. I'll continue to be on for your stream, but I'm gonna be sort of. We're not doing a raid, but we're sort of. We're I'm gonna send
Right.
people your way, and thank you all for those on Twitch. Thank you all for coming over. We are gonna head over to Lucy's channel, so I'm gonna go link that. Actually, I have it pinned. But yeah, I'm going to link to Lucy's channel here in chat. Let's all go over there or go to the site chat. Either way is good. So yeah, I'll be back on this call in a few minutes. I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
I appreciate this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're gonna play the game for a few minutes until Boy Beats Me is back. That was great. We need to have more conversations like this. People who make the xenophobic danger claim are always disingenuous because they would never agree about migration based on specific beliefs, like hostile Texans, for example. Then those very bigots would never be allowed to live. Like, of course, it's disingenuous. It's racism. Racism is always disingenuous. There's nothing genuine about racism, you know? About bigotry. I think bigotry is pretty inherently disingenuous. Like also the framing of the nation state skews all of this. Yeah. Okay, I might not understand Europe well, but why are Polish nationalists so scared of immigrants? Like, wouldn't the immigrants rather go to richer countries like the Netherlands? It's not always possible because we're talking about refugees here, Maho. We're talking about desperate people that travel a long distance to find a safe haven, you know? And the Polish government puts immigrants in the box of illegal immigrants. Does that make sense? This is also an ultra, you know, disingenuous portion of that. Which is ironic because Poland is actually... Historically, Poland has always been very multi-ethnical and many multi-national, so to speak. I'll also talk about it when Boy Meets Mini is back. Maybe I'll go to the toilet real quick. BRB. BRB, gigglers. You know? That makes sense, but it isn't kicking out refugees kind of impossible? Not if you don't accept them. You see? Poland isn't kicking out refugees. Poland is just not accepting them. They are trapped on the border. You see? I'll be right back. If Boy Meets Mini is back, tell him that I went to the toilet. But I will be back soon, don't worry. Don't be alarmed. Right. I am here. Mini raid. Nice, thank you. Boy Beats Mini. I'm gonna be playing a game a bit, but oh, there's so much to talk about when it comes. I'm gonna write some of these things down, okay? Oh. Here. So much to get into here. You wouldn't believe if I told you. There's a beauty to diversity. And to reject that tradition is rejecting tradition, ironically enough. Which is very strange considering that right-wingers claim to be pro-tradition. The guest is not gone, the guest will be back. The guest is taking a break, and so we will be playing a game for a bit until the guest is back. How does that sound? I think we're breaking records today. Let me check something real quick. Huh. Interesting. But that's okay. The game is Sea or... Hello, Sissy Clam. It's Sea of Stars, correct. Look at this sleeping serpent. We're gonna fish. It's where we were with the demo. The guest is getting some snacks, mini streams, 40 hours a day, lifting big of cars, and oh my gosh. Look at this. I figured out how fishing works, by the way. You have to keep the fish in this light area. It's actually pretty simple, fishing. It's easier than you might think at first. It's very easy once you get it. Grass hat hook. We can cook the fish. Uh-oh. I almost broke the line. Grass hot dog. I guess there aren't different sizes here. The country full for fish. I shouldn't be getting any snacks. It's almost 1 a.m. Tomorrow I'll be visiting Mom. I am quite certain you were all dying to know that. So I oblige and, you know. The line almost got broken. Grass hand hook. This game was gifted by someone, right? It wasn't gifted per se, but I was able to get it because of a generous donation. If that makes sense. So in a way, it was indeed gifted. Because of the generous donation. Oh, you can see what fish are in an area. Okay, we're catching up with the demo now. We made it. Just look at this place. Animation. Wow. All done, Captain. The signpost should lead them straight to us. Be on the lookout. We can't miss them. Can do, Captain. Lookout in my middle is my middle name. That was not in the demo. We will find suitable adventurers for this quest, or my name is not Kinathan. The pirates are in town again. I wonder what they're planning now. Looking for a boat? Just follow the signpost. Our boat is the best. See you at the docks. Supplies and trade goods. Damn. I think we can jump off the roof. We can. There's no fall damage. Keep going for the goat boat. Goat boat. Did you get the conch in the chest up there? I wonder what they're for. I wonder as well. I heard the pirate crew is back. Apparently they're looking for some coin. They even redacted the name of what they want to do with the coin for spoilers. We're playing pirates today. Just have to decide who will be. A little further now. I guess I cannot explore the entirety of the town right now. Hey, this group looks like they can sail. Greetings, is this your boat? Avast, strangers. You got anything to say to the captain, you say it to me. First mate Yolanda Fortwall, at your service. In fact, service is my middle name. We're a pirate crew, searching for a legendary ghost ship. We don't engage in battle anymore. But back in the day, we did it all. Fetching a remedy in a cavern only to find out the town had burned in the meantime? Check. Being left at 1 hit point so the big baddie could kill us next time? Double check. Heck, we've even been to jail cause 4 Imperial soldiers appeared during dialogue instead of a random encounter. Tough crowd, huh? Fine, let's do introductions. Meet our leader, Captain Cliche, daughter of a legendary pirate. Pleasure to meet you, Captain. We were hoping we could. The one in the back with the oversized shirt, that's our head quartermaster. Valtraid is the guy that's good at everything. Ahoy there. And the tall one's Kina-san, our wind mage, keeps our sails full so no one has to row. Greetings, adventurers. My name is Kina-san. Right. In case you noticed, the double eye patch there is cause Kina-san can only do magic while blindfolded. Discovered his powers as a kid when he put on a pirate costume while he was already wearing a pirate costume. Nice to meet you all. I'm Valerie. These are my friends Zale, Garl, and Teeks. We need to secure a passage to Rafe Island in time for the eclipse. Ahoy, Captain. Seems to me these two be solstice warriors. Aye, seems that be the case. What impeccable timing. Now Captain Cliche here can certainly take you all to Rafe Island for a price, of course. Shall we make a deal? If you can beat Valtrade at arm wrestling, you get to ride for free. But if you lose, you'll have to run a little errand for us. What do you say? The terms are simple enough. I'm not sure we should be making a deal with pirates. They seem nice to me. Doesn't feel like you have much of a choice. Oh sure, go ahead and refuse the call so we can all pretend it might not happen. Keep it safe and predictable. Any other tropes you had in mind for your journey? How about buying liner upgrades from every single town where blacksmiths are somehow increasingly more capable than further up north they live? That's true. A 3-hour cruise. And who, of course, happened to live in a shed despite selling daggers at 5,000 gold a pop. Fine, have it your way. When you're ready for adventure, come meet us at the Humble Boast, and we'll make a deal. The Humble Boast? Local tavern, just follow the docks. Look alive, crew, time to call it a day. Aye aye, Captain. I knew it, there's a tavern. Kicking back sounds good. I'll go right now to try and meet the chef. See you there. Talk about a wacky bunch. They seem innocuous enough. You should probably go for it. To the Humble Boat, then. For you. I see. Oh! Ooh. We're buying the recipe. Oh wow! A reviving item. Yes, please. How lucky. Wow. Zzz. What a game. I see. This is the tavern, I think. Ah, the ocean breeze. What? Why did I react with dots? So serious. There still be a shop here somewhere. Oh. Arcane amulet. What is this? Okay, what did I win? I see. No. Oh my goodness. I need to find a store. Power bell. Oh, we'll give it to the cook. I'm always caught in the middle of argument. Do you like that carrier pigeon? Hi. I'll go swim. Why are you like this? Okay, where is there a star? Oh no, someone found our secret spot. We found this while digging. You can have it if you promise not to tell. Oh my gosh. I won't, I guess. Swim under the docks. Probably some secret. There's something under the docks. I bet. How do I swim under the docks? I knew it! Oh my gosh. A secret store. They talked about it in the demo. I'm sorry, but I am not accepting wizard this time. Oh, I don't have one. Oh. How do I get a trader's... Now I need to get one. How do we get that? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. My gosh. No. Tomorrow is the day off. Sunday is a day off. So I stream on Monday after today. That's why tomorrow I will visit my mom. Just like that, you're a natural. Chet, thanks so much. This will really come in handy. Anytime, reckon I'm the one who should be thanking you for all the tips. Look at him already making friends. Ha ha ha. Oh, there you are. Ready to see the pirates? Thanks for the chat, girl. You're as real as it gets. Wow. What a nice character. Got plans like certain restaurant or a walk and park? We're probably going to try to visit the Yiddish Center. We're gonna study Hebrew together. We're gonna cook dinner together. And stuff like that, you know? We've been studying Hebrew together. It's been a really nice thing. And then, once we get fluent enough in Hebrew, we will start learning Yiddish. Now that's gonna be, you know? And then, I will be diving into Ladino. A friend of this channel is actually creating a textbook for Ladino, believe it or not. This is from the demo. The deal stands. If you can beat Walter in arm wrestling, you're gonna need to fetch an item for us. After which Pirate's Honor will take you to the Rife Island. Yes. We accept. Everybody, arm wrestling battle. Let's go. Wow. Beautiful. Valtrade, you're up. You guys are too strong. It wouldn't be fair. I'll do it. Plus arm wrestling a real pirate? How cool is that? Okay, I'm gonna go. Gonna play Subnautica probably. So I'll see you all on Monday. Alright, see you, Greater Rain. Thank you for being here. I'm still waiting for Boy Meets Mimi to do our little segment. 3 hours. Fine, but go easy on the poor fella. You got it, Valer. I'll be your challenger. All trade. Captain. We can't leave without the coin. Go all out. Aye aye, Captain. Right. Tough one you look like. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Haha. Oof. Cheater. I'm sorry, did I miss the part where we were agreed on no magic shirt rule? Sorry, pal. Captain's orders. Are you kidding? That was awesome. This will be my best anecdote for sure. Show me again. You're lucky we didn't ask about any specifics. Should have negotiated when you had the chance, son. This lesson's on the house. Haha, Valtrade truly is good at everything. You know it, pal. Now, since you lost the arm wrestling challenge, how about we discuss this little errand? Captain? Norfolk Brisk is the abandoned lab of an arcane wizard who died long ago. It hasn't been opened for centuries, but stories say it conceals a coin of undeath accord. Why do you want it? It's a powerful token. Paying an undead creature will, with its forces them to do one's bidding. I plan on using it to force the ghost captain of the Vespertine to surrender his ship to me. Huzzah. How do we get in? Fear kept people away at all this time, but you look like you can handle it yourself, so it shouldn't be a problem. My crew won't fight, but it'll get you inside. A bit of magic should do the trick. Kinathan? I shall open the entrance to the abandoned wizard lab, or my name is not Kinathan. Ahoy, Captain. Ain't ya coming with? I will stay here and make preparations for our departure. Fetch the coin of Undeath acquired, then meet me at the docks. Aye aye, Captain. So we're just repeating the... We're basically just repeating the demo now. Just hope there's a store somewhere around here. You'll notice the wheel table right there in the corner. The watchmaker invented that game. Oh. I'm sorry we had to play a little trick on you. It didn't much, but I thought that maybe you wanted to get in wheels. You could have this. Wait, there's a mini game. Feel free to try it out now, or we can head to the wizard lab right away if you prefer. Oh, okay. I'll do the minigame later. The pirate is pretending not to have a hand. How cute. How cute, pretending not to have a hand. Oh? Amazing. This'll be a cinch. A demo I've beaten without using half the things from the game. So this should be interesting. What a big place. Oh, a shop. Welcome to Golden Pelican. Did you have a reservation for today? Oh. It's not a stop, it's a luxurious hotel. What a game. We do love the sound design of this. I really should ask my landlord to block the entrance at the top. People keep passing through my place. You need to find a store to get better weapons or something. You know? How do we get here? Oh. Oh. Oh, that's nice. There you go. Oh no. Wow. Probably is some system to this. So much gold in this place. Wait, what's in here? Oh? Chest. Exploring the city is pretty fun. There's so many things here. Statue of the Sleeper. I was good this week, so we're eating my favorite meal tonight. I'm preparing my son's favorite dish today. How do I get here to this chest? Okay. I know what I need to do. Wow. No store. This city has no store. Why not? Why not? We're gonna get past the demo. I have found the door, but it seems I will only be able to lift it a few inches. Well, trade. On your mark, pal. Commands. Yolanda, hurry. No sweat, big guy. Demolition is my middle name. For what service? Keep changing your middle name. Aha, that's what you get, you old ruin. That's one way to do it. A job well done, mateys. Better let the captain know our part of the mission was a success. Valor's crew might need a few pointers in there, so I will remain with them for now. Sure, can't hurt to have a mage around. I will prove to be a valuable companion, or my name is not Kinathan. Have it your way then. Coming Valtrade? Aye, good luck in there. Wonder if I can swap him in the party. Cargo. You cannot. My, what an improbable pace. And look at this device. I wonder what it does. This is a lot to take in. Why don't you explore a bit? You already know what to do here. In the demo, you just needed to click on the campfire to start a camp. Coin of Undeath Accord can be found at the Wizard's Lab north of Brisk. Now that's a proper quest. True. That's true. Here's hoping Captain Cliche will hold up our end of the bargain. We're already 10. Sorry, I had to take care of a couple of things. Be on VC in a second. Okay. We are retreading the demo. Can't wait to get to the new area. Oh, you're back.
Yes, I'm back. Yeah. Sorry, I had to take care of a couple things. I don't know how much I missed, but sorry.
No. I've been waiting for you. I've been playing the game.
Oh my goodness, I kept you waiting. I'm so sorry. How late?
Sorry?
Yeah, how late is it for you now?
Oh, it's 1:30
1:30. Okay.
at night. So yes, as I started saying, the Prime Minister basically... So what do you think of the things you've heard so far?
From before I took my break?
Yeah.
Oh, first of all, I mean, it's extremely racist of them to do
Yes.
that. But it's not just racism. It's also just like this sort of how do I put it? It's also this sort of like look. It's sort of associating, you know, you know, for lack of a better term, it's associating brown people with, you know, poverty and crime and all that stuff. It's
Yes.
just that's what I really don't like. Is like it's a combination of this racism and classism that you know, and it's becoming official, which is the scariest thing.
Yes. Which is why we have to vote real hard to vote them out of office, you know?
Yep.
I will be voting
Dudan.
real hard. And there's another aspect. The aspect of Poland being historically a very multi-ethnical and multicultural country, you know? Like the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, etc., you know? Like the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was basically the only country in Europe that had a native Muslim population that was not incorporated via conquest, you know? There are
I mean,
even Arabic scripts, sort of just Polish, sort of, I guess, texts about the Quran transcribed into the Arabic text alphabet, which is interesting.
interesting. So there's some crossover. There's some crossover into like there's some crossover into sort of the Slavic languages, right? Like
Right?
Polish and other
Because
Slavic language.
because the Tatars made the
Yeah.
Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth their home, you know? And even the Tatars that are, because Tatars are still living in Poland, even there are not many, but they are still there's still a Polish Muslim population, you know, that has been living for hundreds of years in this territory. And that population tried for a bit doing the, oh, those Muslims that are coming in are not like us, we're good, you know?
Oh, so they're kind of doing what as a lot of South Asian people are doing.
Yes, basically, we're
Yikes.
good. The people that are here now, you know, don't try to, you know, we're still good, basically, you know. And the Polish government actually started. This is what terrifies me with nation states, you know, when nations try to claim ownership of some land and making outsiders of people that have lived in a place for hundreds of years or more, you know? It becomes this. The Polish government said, oh, shouldn't we basically expel Tatars from here as this problematic element, you know?
Seriously, wow.
Yeah.
That's brutal. My goodness. Because
And
Tatar people. Sorry if I don't know as much about them, but so Tatar people, I know that in Crimea and like southern Ukraine,
right.
there's that's sort of their, you know, that they're uh, that's where they have lived for centuries.
Yeah.
And then
Of
of
course,
course
in the
we know what the
Polish
USSR did.
Lithuanian Commonwealth as well. Because it was an extremely, it was a, and was a very, very multi ethnical, multi-cultural, multi, you can even say nowadays, multinational country. It's often called by people who know better, who don't know better, Poland, but it was not Poland. It was like this big um, union of many different peoples of many different cultures, you know? And even like it, Armenians also lived in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. Although the Polish word for Armenians is a bit different. It's a Polish specific word, Ormianie, with an O at the beginning. So we would say the Ormians instead of the Armenians, you know?
Interesting.
So that was like, it was like a, and it led to conflict when, because there were the partitions by the free empires, you know, the partitions of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. They were basically eaten up by other countries. And then after World War One, when nation states formed, it like many of those terrains were mixed, you know, so it created conflict over which parts should go to which newly formed nation state. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm looking at I think it's I'm looking at the maps, and yeah, I mean the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, like it stretched all the way down to like Western Ukraine,
Yeah,
but what is today Western
Ukraine
Ukraine.
was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and there's a very interesting thing that historian from Kiev talked about that period, that the Ruthenian nobles and the Ruthenian people were what became the Belarusians and Ukrainians, um, did not fight enough for their rights, but still that they had many privileges, and that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth constituted a very important counterbalance against Russia, and that
Hmm.
the lack of that important counterbalance basically landed us where we are right now.
Just all these centuries later, it is it is culminated.
It's very interesting history, you know? And
Wow.
because of that multicultural, multi-ethnical, multilingual, multi-religious, because the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth basically had a big tolerance towards all religions inscribed into law. That is why Jewish people had the golden age in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was at the time, some sources say that it was the biggest Jewish community in the world at the time. And it was governed by the Council of the Four Lands, an institution, you know? In the Polish
Yeah,
Lithuanian
and
Commonwealth, Jewish people were not forced into banking.
right, they were allowed to just exist fairly freely, right?
Yeah.
As
And they had like an
in
official
that's
institution
awesome.
that created laws, etc., for Jewish people. It was officially created to gather taxes from Jewish people and sort of um, hand it to the crown, but it also had a lot more responsibilities. And interestingly enough, um, the Jewish community had a higher birth rate than Christians. Do you know why? I've already
Mm,
talked about this on stream, but
I don't know, but
it's because the community took care of its poorest members, gave them housing and whatever healthcare was available at those times. The poorest members of the community were sort of given that, which meant less babies died.
yeah, 100%. And it's like, unfortunately, in like the diaspora I come from, they are so capitalism pilled. And this is probably like something I'll go into more depth on either on my stream or in future conversations with you and others, which is like, we're so capitalism pilled in the South Asian community that like we'll help one another like if we know that person, but then it's like if you're accepting like public housing or it's like looked down upon, it's like no, you need to work for that American
Oh,
dream and that and a Mercedes in the garage and a nice big house in the
well,
suburbs.
I guess there
Yeah, it's
exists
really messed up.
I guess the concept, the context is different since there was no Polish dream, and
I guess.
you know the Jewish community has created before the war its own alternative healthcare system, you know, with hospitals and
Mm.
places because there it was noticed that many poor people just couldn't afford healthcare, and so people whose names sort of I can't recall the name of the person who the people who established it have established centers for children to be fed and be taken care of, you know, and for people to receive healthcare, etc. You know, the poor that could not, and it was funded
Mm.
from donations, and then it was founded by some bigger organizations. But I think it's an, and after the war, the communist government, quote unquote, has sort of forbidden the existence of those things.
Ah, that's really sad. Yeah, see, that's the thing where uh, that's the thing too, where I think that sort of shows the sort of class reductionism many sort of, you know, uh, quote unquote communists have, right?
Yes,
Where they think, oh, well, our system will just work for everybody, and it will,
it
it
destroys pluralism basically.
not only pluralism, but also like they think, well, it doesn't matter who you are, you all get
Yes,
you all have to work under our system.
yes,
So it is fundamentally very authoritarian. And when you have communities like the Jewish community in Eastern Europe, or so for example in India, we have a lot of Adivasi communities, right? The indigenous communities.
right,
So a lot of the policies, the India has all these like sort of neoliberal policies to try to uplift people, and it's not working. It's in fact it's making those people even poorer because
right,
basically, like for example, farming. So the Indian government said, okay, we're going to remove minimum prices for grain and other food commodities, and make it more competitive so that farmers make more money. Well, guess what's happening?
what,
Farmers are making less. They're getting nickel and dimed by wholesalers,
right,
corporations basically. So it's affecting Adivasi people in particularly bad because they sharecrop. A lot of them do sharecropping to make a living. So it really hits them hard, and they aren't able to make a living.
yeah.
So, and it was supposed to uplift them, like the Indian government pitched this as a way to like abolish caste. Like this, it's so stupid.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And yeah,
So,
and the communist government just basically liquidated all the institutions that were trying to reform
mm,
in Poland after the war. You know, it's
yeah,
just
and it's
sad
like
because
they,
it's just um, it just meant that the Jewish community could not really rebuild after the war,
yeah,
and now
absolutely,
it's
and then
just a shadow of itself.
there was no like community ownership of institutions like
Yes,
healthcare, right, or
yeah, or any
education or
other.
what.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
all education,
Mhm.
the heders, the yeshivas, they were all forbidden from existing as well. You know, and there was the great synagogue that was not rebuilt.
Ooh, that's definitely that is a big loss to the community. I mean,
Yeah, and
um,
I would say it's a loss to the whole country as well, because that
mm,
particular synagogue was a symbol of unity between the peoples. Like the
mm.
prayers were in Polish in that synagogue. It was a progressive synagogue,
Wow.
so it was sort of like it represented a union between Jewish people and Polish people. You know, Christians actually donated money to build it, so it was a pretty important building in Warsaw, and detonating it at the end of the uprising was a symbol of destroying the Jewish community. You know, by the SS
Yeah.
general
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, and that's like I guess the parallel I can draw to that with South Asia is, one of the things that the Indian government has been doing too, and this is something that like Modi and the BJP and of course militant orgs like the RSS they call it bulldozer justice. I call it bulldozer fascism because it's
Yeah,
absolutely brutal. So if there's an area that's like that's majority Muslim, they're particularly targeting Muslims with it, but also other minority groups. Like currently in Manipur, which is in northeast India, that place has been undergoing there's a lot of ethnic sectarian tensions going on over there right now. It's basically a civil war. But in Manipur, the majority Mete people, who they're indigenous to the area, but they have been rulers for centuries in that area, are trying to take away you sort of indigenous like reservations and status from the other indigenous groups like the Kuki-Zo people, who are a minority.
Which is sad, I
So
think.
yeah, and the Indian government, what they're saying is, and what they're doing over there, is in a lot of places they will go to the minority communities and they will bulldoze their homes and their business. Like they'll just bulldoze. They'll go in and burn it
Mm.
up or bulldoze it, and
Am I
say this
understanding
is.
correctly that one minority is pitted against another?
Not necessarily. Metes in that region specifically are a majority, and also they have been in power for centuries.
Okay.
Whereas Kuki-Zo people have been sort of under their authority,
Because
and they're also a minority.
there's one positive that I want to note, that at least, for example, my mom went to Sweden to sell paintings in the 80s, you know?
Hmm.
And she says that a big positive is that there was a lot of solidarity between the Jewish community and the Roma community.
Wow. Okay, that's something I didn't think about. Was like which like in Europe, like where's the support for Roma people and for other people who are more migrant, people who are like migrants, right? And it just
Right?
seems like the Jewish community, like overall, like really stands for a lot of like oppressed minorities. Like it seems like they
Yeah.
have adopted Periyar's famous quote of Periyar was a Tamil freedom fighter in the independence days, and he one of the things he said was that quote oppression is my enemy. It doesn't matter like whether it's caste oppression or gender oppression
Yeah.
or it doesn't matter, like oppression is his enemy. Like he, because one thing he said is like a lot of people will say, this person is my enemy or that country is my enemy or that group is my enemy. He said oppression is my enemy.
Exactly.
um
And
and so it feels like the Jewish community over there is thinks the same way.
and of course, like, uh, I'm pretty sure that a person hearing this could still mention that Israel exists, but I think that's a little bit of a separate issue, you know?
That will need some unpacking. Because I mean, there's a lot of like religious implications too, which
Well, Israel
yeah.
was not really built on religious grounds. It actually stands against
Hmm.
some fundamental religious things, you know? After all, remember, like, that is also why all Orthodox Jewish people were against anti-Zionist before the war, because in Judaism, the return to Israel is supposed to happen after the coming of the Messiah, and there is no
Right,
Messiah.
that's yeah.
So there is a fundamental problem here. There's a really fundamental sort of contradiction here. And that is why there's people in the diaspora who are anti-Zionist. And of course there was the socialist organization. Hello, Moose Watcher. Bund.
Hey,
I've
Moosewatcher,
done
good to
a
see you.
I've done a whole segment on the Bund, you know? The socialist group that also was trying to rebuild Jewish life in um, Poland after the war, but was liquidated. But yeah, there's a point to what you're saying, that Jewish people focus on oppression a lot. Like, there's a book called Them, which I will make after I will finish reading it. Finally, I will do a whole, either a prepared video or a big segment. It's called Them. Do you know what it's about?
No, I haven't heard of this book.
It's a book written in. Oh gosh, do I have my bag? I'm translating the title from Polish.
Okay.
It's about the treatment of the LGBT during World War II, with the German paragraph that existed even before Nazi Germany, and that Nazi Germany has just expanded on. And I thought it would just be about gay people, but it actually also described trans people as well. You know?
Yeah, it's just that's the thing is like with one of the things that I've noticed in certainly in like there's like more queer literature in you know in sort of Western countries. Like that's one thing that's missing in South Asia. Is like the capturing like the
Right.
experience
Well,
of queer
that's
people and the
sadly
history.
that's
Yeah.
sadly that's you know I bought this book at the Pauline Museum, the museum because they have a bookstore. It's the Museum of Polish Jewish History, you know, and it's interesting that you can get this sort of book at Pauline, you know, and the author explains that she went to a place that commemorated the victims of the Holocaust, you know, and
Mm.
that she asked the person who was like a teacher or explainer. Oh wait, hello Minus, hello chat and Lucian guests. Anyway, what is this cute looking game? It's a Sea of Stars. So the teacher, or I don't know, the guide said, "Oh, they are basically mainly German prison." Oh wait, she asked, "Who are those people with pink triangles?" Right? Who were those people with the pink triangles to the guide, right?
Mm.
And he said, "Oh, they were basically mainly German prisoners. There were not many of them, and besides, they harassed other prisoners who were, you know, imprisoned during World War II. So actually, they were hardly victims at all, you know."
Yeah, so it was kind of I guess they were sort of I guess they were sort of like a controlled opposition in a way
Well, no,
or were they
they say that the LGBT prisoners in the Nazi LGBT prisoners were first of all not many, second of all Germans, and first and third of all predators,
of course they did that. I mean, that's something
and
new with the
that's and the author says that these people, often very wonderful people, are kept out of the records, so it's not talked about in Poland. And the author says that she feels that she needed to, because there are archives to look into. Those stories exist, you know, and that she needs to create this book to let those voices be heard at last, you know. There was a drag
absolutely.
queen, famous drag queen that sort of, well, famous, but nobody talks about the drag queen, you know, that shot shot at the Nazis in full drag.
What are you kidding? This is real. Wow. That's incredibly based.
And that you can actually find the person in an archive film in the background. That you can actually see the person, you know?
Amazing.
And there are stories like this. And there is a famous Auschwitz-Birkenau survivor, Marian Turski, you know? And he says that for a brief moment that I've been in Auschwitz, I also had contact with LGBT people, and I'm ashamed that my attitude was pretty negative, and that it's my fault, it's my shame, and that we who fancied ourselves rational intellectuals allowed our thinking to be twisted by this sort of ideology, you know? Bigoted ideology.
Yeah, it's sort of that like that self-hating, right? That comes into play unfortunately when you're under like when you feel like you're being othered or you feel like you know or you're actually being oppressed like there is that self-hating element that comes in. Um
Well, the
and
Marian Tursky
yeah.
is not from the LGBT.
Oh, I see. So they were somebody
No, the Marian
they
Tursky
were
was
bigoted.
Marian
Yeah.
Tursky was like a prisoner of Auschwitz because of being Jewish. But he said that he
Mm.
had like this untrustful negative attitude, and that he feels ashamed for it. You know, that it's his shame. and others who felt themselves to be rational intellectuals, but whose minds were twisted with bigotry.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that type of really sort of that toxic thinking actually is sort of what's like pervading what I'm actually seeing pervading in the specific South Asian community I come from, which the Christians, right?
Right.
So South Asian Christians, there's a strange sort of I don't know if it's just like disconnected thinking or they didn't think it through. But a lot of South Asian Christians will say that the RSS, the right wing Hindutva nationalists, they're burning down churches in India. They're oppressing our communities and trying to make and telling us that we are Western invaders and all this stuff, right? So, and that's happening.
Yeah.
That is true. But then what they'll say is that, oh, because the RSS doesn't like us, and because queer people don't like us, and because the left hates us too as Christians because, we say bad things about them and are hateful toward them, so the Christians will say, well, that means the RSS and the LGBT community and the left are all conspiring against us and they're all working with each other. So, so that's one of the things I have to struggle with as a progressive in the
Right.
South Asian Christian community is some of them will say, oh, are you with the RSS? I'm like, no, because unfortunately, pastors are pushing this conspiracy theory onto their congregations,
Right.
and they're all drinking it up.
I
They're
think
not
a
questioning
thing
it.
that needs to be really
It's really
untangled
bad.
is this idea that the LGBT is basically an org.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
That we're an actual they them army. We have our we're all armed with AKs somehow. I don't know.
I don't know, like
Um,
it's like a political org, which it feels like that sometimes.
yeah, I mean we're like people will reduce us, in their bigotry, reduce us into just political actors. When no, we're people who exist and have a queer identity. That's it.
Yeah,
Pretty simple.
and I think that's a missing.
Yeah, and for reference, by the way, yes, I'm ace. I'm demisexual and on the asexual spectrum. So, but I am cis.
Oh,
Yeah. Mhm. I
but
don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but
you haven't. But now you have, so it's
yes.
been cleared up. But interestingly enough, I guess Christianity did not end up adopting that element, but in Judaism you have gender goes beyond the binary in Judaism.
Yeah, I've heard it in the Talmud, right? It's described
Six.
like
It's about six.
there are six like gender identities or something
Yeah.
that they describe.
Yeah, and there's I went recently to the play Yentl, the yeshiva boy, about a woman who wants to adopts the identity of a man, and goes to a yeshiva. It's a really nice story by Isaac Bashevis Singer, a Jewish author who moved from Poland to the US in 1935, saving himself from what came.
Mhm.
And what I find really interesting is how he describes the world that is gone. Describes the Jewish world of pre-World War II and how it all feels very normal and everyday, but you always have this thought at the back of your mind that it's all gone. As you read the books of this author.
Sorry, what's his? Let me get the. You said
Isaac
it was Pete
Isaac
Isaac.
Isaac Bashevis Singer. Many of his books were translated to English, of course. He translated them to English because he lived in the US.
Yeah, I found his Wikipedia. Isaac Bashevis Singer, Polish-born Jewish-American novelist.
Won a Nobel Prize.
Wow, I haven't heard of this guy.
And he said that it's a testament. He said something really nice. Oh my gosh, now I really want to quote that or paraphrase it at least. He said that he has. Wait, I think I can find the. No. That he has a fondness for dying languages, and plus that he believes that when the Messiah returns, millions of dead Yiddish speakers will arise from the dead and they will ask, is there anything new to read in our language? Yiddish, you know? And so he said that he must read. It's, I don't know, I find it pretty nice.
Yeah, and there's I have to read back more. I guess now, like, one of the things I'm sort of starting to look through is sort of older literature in from South Asia. The problem with a lot of literature there is it's filtered through empires, right? And sort of,
Right.
so
You have to
but
sift through the
finding,
sources.
yeah, exactly. And what's kind of interesting is even in depending where you go in South Asia, but in most in most temples, they will actually depict LGBTQ plus people, or like they will depict that, like they will depict, they will often depict, homosexuality. They will depict some forms of like transhumanism, and obviously
Right.
within their mythology there is a lot of sort of the gods and goddesses themselves are there's a lot of like transhumanism going on with them. So yeah, the in fact in South Asia, so there's some interesting history there with regards to LGBTQ people, and particularly trans people. So what's kind of now, I don't like this term. I don't use it because are these depictions in a positive light? Yes, they are. They are carved on the sides of temples. Just to give you that, so it's definitely in a positive light.
Right.
But what I was saying is, so in a lot of northern parts of India, and in Pakistan as well, Afghanistan, there's this term, and I don't like to use it because, and I'll explain why. So the term is hijra. Hijra basically means third gender. It's a recognized sort of third gender, and it is officially recognized in a lot of places. The reason I don't like it is because historically and even today, people who are seen as hijra are often sort of they are sort of excluded from a lot of things in society, where it's education, employment. They're
Interesting.
often seen as like prostitutes, and like it's really tokenizing.
Interesting.
And
Like,
it's
I've seen
yeah
this.
it's
Do you know
yeah.
this comedian from Great Britain? Oh my gosh. The one that was in a. Do you know who played? Hugh Laurie played Dr. House, right? House
Yeah, yeah,
MD.
yep.
So he had like this partner in when he was still in the UK. Stephen Fry, I think. Stephen Fry?
Mm-hmm.
And he went to
I've seen some
India.
of.
He made a documentary in which he went to India. And in it, he said that this third gender used to be uh, quite high within hierarchy, and then that it actually was brought to ground zero with the coming of the British Empire.
He might be right about that. I just know that
Or at
like
least that's what he
yeah.
actually talked to them. He met with them and conducted some.
That'd be good. That'd be a good thing for me to
Like
react to. I mean, it's
apparently,
probably
apparently
yeah.
they were like among the highest in society before, and then the British came and they were just thrown to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, and probably there was probably also some repression from Mughals as well, because again, Mughals, they brought Islam right to the subcontinent, and so
Yeah, positive.
Islam, yeah. Which I'm not saying Islam is bad. I'm just saying the way the institution was like, reinforcing the binary, right? So,
Yeah, which is why I was
um,
also very, damn, how do I say?
hmm.
Um, well, very disappointed with the fact that Stephen Fry doubled down on siding with J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, I know. That was the one thing. Like, whenever I think of Stephen Fry, I'm like, okay, I really liked his Treaty of Westphalia sketch. It's hilarious, but yeah, he did side with JKR, which,
And he did so two really good documentaries.
mhm.
One on the AIDS, one on homophobia in general, and
Mhm.
one on I think the AIDS crisis was a whole documentary of its own.
Back when he was based.
Yeah, the
um,
whole I don't know what to think of the whole J.K.
Moose
Rowling
said
thing.
that's rather unfortunate. I know some Mesoamerican cultures, so like, Central and South America, have a third gender of sorts called mujer, I guess is how you say it. They are still respected in rural communities, but in more westernized areas, they are ridiculed. Yeah, well, a lot of that is because of Catholicism, right? In many Spanish in Latin America, right?
Are you Catholic?
That's probably. No, I'm a. See, this is another thing too. So I grew up Protestant. Um,
Okay.
but
Also, I have
because my
to
whole family is in Protestant
thank real quick.
Christianity.
Where is that? Oh my gosh.
Oh
Apologies.
wow, you got a
This
nice
guy.
donut there.
Thank you for the $25, fake Alec Cow Parker. I am here finally. Yes, you're here for a very important talk. Also, when I speak of the erasure, that the thing is not here anymore. This sense of loss. Thank you for the tier
Oh wow,
2
thank you
for a
so
point,
much.
Miss Mini. Thank you. You're white and you dare talk to Lucy. Well,
Nah, you can
I mean,
call Vivek Ramaswamy white because he wants to be white so bad. But anyways,
but
I am now subbed. Let me sign back in. Hang on a minute. There
but
we go.
yes, like remember when I spoke of how there's this sense of loss of the Jewish world in Poland, which I would really like to be able to help rebuild. But that's a whole other story, you know? And
Absolutely. I really like what you're doing with that because these are topics that, like, if I didn't have your perspective as a Jewish person and also as a queer person, like, that perspective, it's like a lot of the history is not in the school textbooks. It's not. You could probably find it on Wikipedia, but you have to hunt for it. So getting it from the perspective of someone who is from that community is much more powerful. And I've had similar responses from people when I talk about South Asia. I do segments every week, once a week. I don't do politics more than that just because mental health. But and South Asia is hard to cover. It's a lot of doom. But
right,
there's a lot of good stuff to talk about too. And when I
right,
talk about South Asia from my perspective, people are like, "Oh, actually, this guy is from there, and he's explaining things to me I've never heard of before, and now I sort of understand better." And that's the same experience I have when you're talking about Polish and Jewish and Eastern
right. And
European
of course,
history,
I'm also
uh,
in this,
as
like,
that person.
I'm like in
Yeah.
the exploration of heritage moment, I want to start
Mhm.
observing certain things and taking part of certain holidays.
Yeah.
It's I even bought the calendar. The new year will be between the 15th and 17th of this month.
Is that let me see. Let me check my calendar because that is check my month here.
Where's the calendar?
15th and
Oh, there we
17th.
go. Calendar. And there are quite a lot of holidays happening at the beginning of the year, you know? It will be the year 5784. You know?
5,000. I guess what's the starting point would have been that would have been, I guess that's when, I guess what, how does the, I'm not as familiar with the Jewish calendar. I guess what is considered like year zero, or like the first
I
year.
like the basically the Jewish calendar for obvious reasons does not see the birth of Jesus as some special day.
Well, I know, yeah, because Jesus is like
So it's
to
like
you is a prophet, right? So, which I'm as a Christian, I'm fine with that point of view, actually. Um,
so it's like
uh,
you
yeah,
know, it's basically in uh, in everyday life Jewish people adopt the language of the old era and the new era, you know,
mhm.
because you have to exist within the world. But I guess the Jewish calendar is as if you counted the years without resetting it at Jesus' birth, if that makes
Okay, okay.
sense. But yeah, there's a couple of interesting trivias for early Christianity. Did you know that in early Christianity, Christians used to observe the Shabbat the same way Jewish people
Yep.
did?
Yes, yeah. Early, I mean, Jesus himself did. So
And it's
he
like
was he was a
you
rabbi. He was a
probably
rabbi.
know why. You probably know why Sunday is the church day in Christianity, right?
I think so. I have to remember that one.
It was
Why
basically because
Sunday?
Christianity wanted to sort of distance itself from Judaism. So it chose the day
Hmm.
after the Shabbat, which is on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember who like imposed that. Was that Constantine, or I'm not sure who it
Yes, and
was.
it's even it gets double interesting when you consider that in Islam, Islam apparently chose even different day to uh, to distance itself from both Judaism and
Yeah.
Christianity.
Yep. Fridays. Yep.
So I think that's pretty interesting. But yeah, unfortunately, Christianity took a bit of a authoritarian route and structure.
Yeah, because so I just a quick little more background on me. So I grew up evangelical Protestant. My family is all evangelical and Protestant. Um, but I had a period of when I sort of left church and stuff behind, and I was sort of in that atheist phase, that cringe atheist phase. And then
Damn.
sort of all the racism and bigotry in that community pushed me back toward faith, but in a much more progressive sense. Much more sort of. I've been leaning more into sort of some aspects of Christian anarchism, although I have a lot of disagreements with Christian anarchists. They have they I don't think they've really thought it through. So I have some criticisms of them. Christian socialists are generally um, pretty cool, but like if you look at the original sort of, or at least the way Jesus was depicted in his sort of actions as a rabbi and as a prophet, the way he sort of challenged institutions, right? He challenged the Roman Empire. He
Right.
challenged the Sanhedrin, right? Um, and a lot of Christians think the reason he did that is because they're because they think that Judaism is false. But no, it's because he was challenging the institution and telling them, you're trying to use faith, right, religious faith, as an authority to impose authority.
Right.
Um, that's the whole reason he despite becoming a rabbi himself, as is depicted in the Gospels, and of course is predicted by a lot of prophecy in the Old Testament, right, in the Tanakh. It's the fact that like he opposed those institutions and quite literally, or at least as described, turned over the tables and said, you've turned this into you've turned my father's house into you've turned my father's house into a place where you're not only like gambling with money, but you're also you're using it to sort of profit as well. So and keep people out who can't afford the to spend the coin to get in. So yeah, you like Tolstoy's work? I need to read more Tolstoy. Like I said, I'm not saying like Tolstoy was bad. I'm just saying a lot of Christian anarchists like that I've seen
which is
online and stuff
which is interesting
are
because like
they have
which is very interesting
yeah.
because Christianity ended up the Catholic Church in particular became this sort of temple place where the church basically takes money from people,
Mm-hmm.
and in the diaspora, a synagogue is not a temple, you know. It is a
How is
house
it
of
seen then?
sorry. It
How
is
is a synagogue seen
a
by the diaspora
synagogue
then?
is a house of prayer and it is a house of learning, and it also
Hmm.
serves like at least like before the war, the synagogues also were refugee, like there's those shelters. Yes, they could also serve as
Mm.
shelters for poor and the homeless, where they could also get food. So
Mm.
that's a very official thing that synagogue is not a temple. There was only one temple, and that temple was destroyed. You know, so
Yeah,
synagogues are
I
not temples.
that is, yeah, I wish Christians had that point of view too, because like one of my, and this is where a lot of South Asian Christians have a problem with me, because I sort of turn their tables over in their mind. But the I make a distinction between the institution and the deity, right?
Right,
Between institution and God, right? It's so one thing I ask a lot of Christians is, okay, are you listening to God or are you listening to the institution? Are you listening to the media?
right,
Are you listening to talking heads on Fox News or are you listening to, well, they can't listen to Pat Robertson anymore, thankfully, but like Pat Robertson is a huge influence on these people.
right. And
So yeah.
there's this very interesting thing that Isaac Bashevis Singer described in one of his books, that there was a rabbi that listened to people every day with their problems, for example, about things being kosher, like what happens if a drop of milk um, fell into my stew, Is it okay or is it not okay? And according to law, it's not okay, It's not kosher if a drop of milk, you know? And what's very interesting about this is that Isaac Bashevis Singer described the thinking process of the rabbi, that the rabbi took into big consideration that people that come to him with those problems are from very poor communities, and sometimes if he would judge that the thing is not kosher, it would mean that they would have to waste food, and that would be actually a very big financial hit for them, and that when judging if something is kosher or not kosher, the rabbi would sort of um, how to say, fit the judgment to how hard the judgment would hit the person, So the rabbi would say, yeah,
Mm.
it's if you boil it super hard, it's probably fine. That it's probably okay if the drop of milk fell into that thing, because he took into consideration that that could be a big financial blow to just have to get rid of a whole stew.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how like religious law is regarded. Like whereas Christians, although Christians are I've noticed they're very selective, and it depends on their sort of passion of the moment, which obviously Christians at the moment are passionate about calling, you know, queer people groomers.
Right.
They are obsessed with that, and obviously they talk about lust more than anything else. And then when I bring up greed and capitalism, we're like, but the church needs to have a bigger building and 10 more acres of land. I'm like, no, you don't.
Right. And it's
You
like
need to do something for the community.
it's
Getting
very
more land, more wealth for yourself is not it.
this is very interesting because in
Yeah.
Jewish culture, like it's like there's a big culture of discussion, argument,
Mm.
about religious things as well. And there's a group of rabbis that went through the Torah through an LGBT lens. You know,
Mm.
they did a whole um, how to say interpretation of it, and they came to the conclusion that Abraham was gay, at least a little bit.
It wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
And there's this
I mean,
depiction of a person holding um, their hand on Abraham's crotch, and it's like
yeah.
the official Jewish magazine in Poland. You know?
Oh, this is the like the official sort of community religious magazine is talking about this.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it shared a trans story that a boy entered this institution and left it as a beautiful woman that she was meant to be.
That is incredible. Wow, because you never would see that in a Christian space, because all of our media is just so informed by authoritarianism, right? And
Right.
sort
And
of
that's a shame, you know?
patriarchy.
And there's
Yeah.
this person who translated a whole prayer book, Sidur,
Mm.
the prayer book, and did the sort of by translated it, I mean that the person rewrote it to be inclusive to non-binary people.
Wow, that's the kind of work that I wish there would be more in Christianity. That's why I'm kind of sort of one thing I've started to do recently, mainly for South Asian community, but also just wider, just anybody really, even if you're not a Christian, is because I did the whole critical racing theory thing. I don't know if all of you caught that earlier when I was on earlier,
Yeah.
with racing. So I had this project in the works that I'll be setting up a channel for soon. It's called Critical Faith Theory. So I'm going to be doing segments, and I'm going to mostly put my politics stuff over there actually, because my main channel will mostly be gaming, racing focused.
I'm sure I'll have everything on my channel.
Yeah, you got the everything channel. Yeah, it's just that like my community is kind of interesting because I have a lot of people from the politics sphere, but then I have all these people from like the F1 and racing spheres who just don't do politics.
Oh, I
So
suspect that
that's
you're
the kind
probably
of
bigger
dilemma
than
I'm
me.
in. I don't know. I mean, who's compare? I am not here to make comparison, but
But if
but
we were, then you are bigger. But
no, I'm about to hit 1K. I just hit 900 on Twitch
oh,
a couple weeks ago. So
but what I will say that
thank you, Moose. Yeah, I'll
you
put my
can,
link if you don't mind.
of course, put it,
Yep.
and I'll copy it into the YouTube.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, you can
let
become
me get my YouTube.
the change that you want to see in the world, so to speak. You can be the person that sort of introduces this into Christian thought.
Oops, I think I got the YouTube link wrong. There's no /C in it. It's just Pointy Spinny. Yeah, and that's like what I plan to do is to introduce more of that, and also like, you know, sort of. I'm also like some of this literature actually might help me because it's like because a lot of again Christianity is based on a lot of the it comes from Judaism. It's like the foundation of it is
Right.
Judaism. So yeah, I think this kind of literature would really help to serve that because again, the whole thing with the anti-trans sentiments in a lot of Christian, in almost every Christian community now, because a lot of times, like with trans people, like in South Asia, they are seen as sort of like dangerous, or they're only supposed to do, they're only supposed to do, you know, certain thing that they're meant to do only certain jobs, right? Um, so they're not meant
Mm,
to be normal, functioning members of society. So they're constantly marginalized. And so, unfortunately, that's the way trans people are seen in South Asia, despite the history of, like I said, the pre-colonial, history
right,
of them, that is often hidden or is not, is not talked about in schools or regular discourse.
right.
Um, and so, yeah, one thing I want to do is sort of bring that back and say, okay, let's actually learn about this from a historical perspective, and
Yeah,
then also, you know, um, look at the Bible itself. The Bible has nothing against it, and the Bible includes the Tanakh, of course. But the Bible nor the Tanakh, there's nothing against transitioning in the Bible. It's just the Christians have this passion of the moment because of what Michael Knowles says, and
right.
that's literally it, or what Matt Walsh is doing. There's nothing scriptural about what they're
Well,
doing.
there are also people like who's like from the or people like Ben Shapiro that claim to be religious Jewish people and yet they don't know about you know the genders in the Talmud. So Ben Shapiro is a very specific case.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with him. I think it's I think maybe he just like, would you say that in Judaism there is this sort of there is this very sort of authoritarian that, I mean, obviously there's Zionism, which Ben seems to align with more, I guess. Would
It
you say that
depends. It
most of that,
depends. Like
it depends?
you have very orthodox Judaism. We have progressive. It's actually varies quite a lot. You know.
Yeah, it definitely varies. Because I've read about, like, in Jerusalem, all the different kinds of Jewish communities that exist, and it's extremely diverse, like
Oh
in
yeah.
the way they dress, and even how they pray,
Of
and
course, unfortunately, many of the diverse communities were killed.
yep.
Like the community in Poland was extremely diverse. There were people of all political sort of affiliations. There were people who were progressive, religiously orthodox. There were people who were artists, who were movie makers, who wrote things for the theater, there was the press with, I don't know, I think 90,000 copies per day of a newspaper. Like it
Wow.
was a big world. And a lot of people were not pro Zionism for the two reasons that I've mentioned. One, the Orthodox religious people were against it because, well, it goes against the whole Messiah thing. And secular people were against it before because Jewish people were not really comfortable with the idea of being treated like as a modern nation, you know?
Yeah, they didn't like the nationalist part, right? So, which, yeah, I mean, I agree with them 100%. um,
And now, after the war, Zionism became sort of the dominant thought, you know?
yeah, I think Christianity kind of, well, at least, like, um a lot of early Christianity was not like how it is today. And it's crazy because there are so many pastors and even evangelists in India and throughout South Asia, even in Sri Lanka, this is a problem. Where if I go to them and talk about early Christianity and say how it was like this and that, they'll say, "Well, that's because that's what the Jewish." That they will immediately become anti-Semitic and say, "Oh, that's because that's what a Jewish person told you." Like South Asian Christians are so ready to do the anti-Semitism. It's not even funny. They're like unhinged degrees of anti-Semitism.
Oh,
Um, yeah, it's really sad. Like especially around Easter time, that's the worst time. Where they're very very anti-Semitic.
although that's
Um,
just official history. You'll find it in
mhm,
Christian sources as well. So,
yeah, and they ignore that. I'm like, you went to seminary, you studied the stuff more than me. You went back to the original texts in Aramaic and Hebrew and Greek. You know, you studied the Tanakh. Like, does this not obvious to you? Um, So yeah, Michael Knowles wants the society to go back to 1220. Um, actually, I don't know, Lucy, if you've seen that one meme of there's the meme of how to dress manly according to like the Renaissance and the Middle Ages, and it's
oh
like
yeah,
if you see, that's what Michael Knowles actually wants.
true. Damn, damn.
High heels. That's just the beginning.
But yeah.
uh,
So
yeah.
um, I'm I'll be getting much more into Judaism as part of the exploration. Of the because I also think that's a very that's also a very interesting aspect. That
Mm.
the cultural aspect, at least for Judaism. I'm pretty sure Christianity in some aspects might be like this as well, but there's that very specific, probably diasporic context for this that, at least in Zinger's books, even the most sort of, even from the underground people, like who were criminals and stuff like that, were still sort of, even if they were like basically atheists, they were still sort of part of the wider culture, if that makes sense, When they would say,
Mm.
oh, I guess I lied, so I guess I'm gonna have to go to an underground rabbi and he'll just give me a forgiveness.
Yeah, and I feel like there isn't room for that in Christianity, especially these days. There isn't room for that sort of not even under. I don't know if I call it underground. It's certainly like sort of anti-establishment,
Yeah,
and
by
sort of
underground, I mean the criminal world.
yeah. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, I guess what I was going at is like there's not much room in
Like
Christianity
it's
for.
called like in Polish the word for it is like half world, which
Mm.
means which is sounds you know which sounds meaningless in uh, English, like some jibber jabber, half world. I'm gonna try to find a translation for this term, but there is this sense of the religious aspect being big part of culture in the writing of Isaac Singer. That they would, the characters would go through the streets, would um, feel certain smells, would hear some people singing from the windows or praying, stuff like that. Uh, there's the underworld in English and criminal underworld, you know?
Interesting. Where'd you was this in our
Sorry, what?
where did you post this somewhere or
Oh, no, I just read it from
okay.
the format. And there's, that's a lot. It's very interesting. you know?
That is interesting. Yeah. And yeah, I do feel like in Christianity, like outside the institution, like these conversations are not happening, right?
Right.
About actual history or,
There's
what
this, there are a few things, you know? I told you that
Mhm.
in Judaism, like discussion is a big aspect. Like when I went with mom to a Shabbat dinner, to a very like Orthodox, as Hasidic, you know,
Mhm.
place. And there are not many places in Poland now. And uh, the rabbi gave an anecdote, like the rabbi tells stories during like the Shabbat dinner, you know, and that that night slash evening slash night, he said that certain rabbis say that the commandment, um, love your neighbor as thy love yourself, you know, that it
Mhm.
makes no sense because you can never love someone as you love yourself, and that it's a commandment that it's basically impossible to fulfill, and that's pretty a weak commandment that makes no sense, you know, that some rabbis say that, you know, and that there are on the other hands other rabbis that argue that um, if we look at humanity as parts of a bigger whole, then suddenly the commandment gains power and makes a lot more sense. You know, these sort of conversations about
Mm.
these things happen. You know, and I feel like in Christianity, it's more like this is the commandment. Just take it or leave it. There's no discussion to be had about it. You know,
Yeah, because any discussion is seen as a heresy, like
right?
the kind of examination that it's not just me personally, like that I'm doing. It's also like there's a lot of people surprisingly who are, who are agnostic or who are less affiliated with the church than they used to be, but are still sort of culturally sort of Christian because their whole family is. Who want to have these conversations, but there's no space for it. And it's really
Right.
awesome that in the Jewish communities, even in Orthodox spaces, you're able to say that out loud.
Yeah,
In
because
Christian spaces, you would
that's
get chased out of the room.
yeah, because it's in Judaism, it's like
It's
it's
like,
baked into the thing, you know? Like you
Mhm,
have the religious text, in the middle you have the text,
mhm.
and surrounding it you have the commentary, you know?
Yeah,
Like
and that's how
arguing,
I want.
commentating, like discussing it. Like that's the crux of the thing. And there's also this cultural element that like the rabbi during other dinner said that there was during the bombing of Warsaw during World War II, a synagogue was bombarded and a person jumped into the fire and jumped out with a Torah scroll, you know?
Mm.
And people around them asked, "What are you doing? You're an atheist. Why did you do that?" You know? And the person replied, "I just cannot let this be destroyed."
Based. Yeah, and that's a lot. Like even like I have critical regard for the Bible as well because I know that the Bible I read, whether it's the modern English versions, right, the King James and the New International, or if I read like the Hindi Bible, which was sort of pushed on us by the British,
Right,
right? So if I read a Hindi Bible, right, I know that that's gone through a lot of translation. It was written by people with certain, and the translation was done for certain reasons or with
right,
certain motives. So you have to look at. That's how I look at Bible. I don't just read it and say this is how it's supposed to be.
right. And
And
there's this translation of the Torah by
mm,
a rabbi who actually was the rabbi in the great synagogue in Warsaw, you know? And he was the first, and you probably know why, the last translation of the Torah to Polish, you know? And um, he actually died before, he died, I think, in 1908, so he did not live to see any of the horrible things happen, you know? But He wrote a whole interesting sort of prologue to the translation, when where he explains linguistic aspects of the book, sort of explains certain aspects of culture and history and stuff like that.
That's awesome. All the way back then, the late 1800s, I guess. It's when he wrote it.
Yeah, he just yeah.
Wow.
It even uses certain archaic forms of Polish, this prologue. But for example, he explains that Jewish people are sort of there's a culture of sacrificing things to cleanse oneself.
Mm.
And there is also the aspect of Jewish people not really seeing any land as their property, that only God
Mm.
owns property, and that there are only people that are allowed to use a land, you know?
I mean, that kind of I actually growing up, I had a in when I was in middle school, I was in the school band, right? I played trumpet. Can you imagine Boy Meets Minnie playing a trumpet
Of course.
years ago? But yeah, I played and I learned it and everything after I learned piano. And our band director, she passed away unfortunately. Not long after that, she passed away from leukemia. But she was Ashkenazi Jewish,
Mm.
and she grew up in Israel on a kibbutz.
Oh, kibbutz,
So
that's
which
a
is
very
yeah, on a
interesting topic.
kibbutz. Yeah, she grew up on a kibbutz.
Believe it or not,
She
the
was.
Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth actually had kibbutzes.
Yeah, I'm that does not surprise me at all. I mean, it's just like she grew up on a kibbutz and she talked about how like there was a lot more sharing, there was a lot of mutual aid, there
Oh,
was
that's because that's the
yeah,
whole idea of a kibbutz.
right. It's a essentially like a commune, but it's
Yeah,
more than that. It's more than a commune. But yeah. Mhm.
that people will send
Mhm.
if the kibbutz needs a doctor, a person will be sent to train as a doctor and return as a doctor for the kibbutz.
Yeah.
But it's like it's a really neat idea, and it feeds into the whole thing that I said before, that the community and the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth took care of the poorest members, you know? And
Mhm.
it's just a shame what's happening in Israel.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like it's kind of ringing true now. It's sort of all coming back around with Christians. It's like, so I there's one evangelist. I actually know, I kind of know him and his family personally, but he is one of India's biggest evangelists. His name is Paul Dinakaran. He's a Tamil. He's from the south. He's a Tamil evangelist. But
Right.
he preaches all over the world. He's like Tamil. He's one of India's sort of Billy Grahams, if you will. This guy's huge, okay? And I know like quite a few members of his family, and just through being part of the church and the community and stuff. And he's actually come here many times to the US for revival events and stuff. But like his ministry, and I'll post about it in the Discord, I think, after this, is his ministry has in Jerusalem, they own a prayer tower. And so they have people in there praying all the time and stuff, and but they don't really do anything to help out local communities
Right.
from what I've seen. Like, I don't know what help they do, if at all. And even in India, back home in India, they say, oh, the church is going to poor communities and villages and slums and ministering there. I'm like, you're ministering. Are you but you're ministering, but you're doing it in a way that's kind of like the UN dropping off supplies in a disaster area. You're not meaning like what they're basically doing is they're ministering to people and saving them from their own saving them from sin, but then they don't actually beyond just a meal and shoes on their feet and a Bible. They don't do anything to continue to help that community. And
Right.
even when they do, done under the guise of, okay, the ultimate goal is to convert you. It's not to actually treat you as a human being.
Right.
So
Which is a shame, you know? I think a religious community should be able to adopt the stance of we don't want you to convert, we just want to help you, you know? Stay in your
that
faith. That's okay. It's okay
mhm.
for you to believe what you believe, you know?
Yeah, and like and like these same Christians, they'll accuse, well, the Muslims don't want anything to do with us, and the Jewish people don't want anything to do with us, and the Hindus don't want us around here. I'm like, maybe it's because what you're doing isn't helping anyone. Right, like so yeah, I mean, basically, ministry in India is sort of, it's following the same pattern that a lot of Western ministry is going, right? Because again,
Right.
Christianity was brought by the British, and by the French and other colonial powers who ruled different parts of the subcontinent. But yeah, it's like, that's why as a Christian, I guess I'm probably one of the few South Asian Christians who doesn't like evangelism. I'm actually against evangelism
Right.
because and the way and the way it
So I
functions,
guess I
because
have a
it's
question.
yeah.
Because you said that many people from South Asia are not really progressive.
Good.
Hmm? Sorry?
You had a question on that, on why like
No,
many
no,
South
no.
Asian
I
people are.
my question is what actually what brought you on the progressive path?
Oh, for me, mainly, a few things. One, of course, so one of the experiences I had growing up in church, and obviously I did music worship. I still play guitar and bass and stuff, but I learned to play guitar and bass through being part of a worship band, right? So and actually this involves that evangelist I just mentioned, that Paul Dinakaran. He came to the US, the first time I met him and his whole family. He came to the US in like 2012, and that's when I was in the praise band. We were basically the music for the revival event that he was doing, and there were like 3,000 people there. It was huge. And on the stage, and this is around like February, right? This was like February. That was the month. And so, of course, Valentine's Day was near around the corner, and he was preaching on love and about and of course he did the whole "there's no Adam and Steve, only Adam and Eve," all
Oh
that kind of
God,
stuff.
which is very
So,
interesting again because in the Torah, if you sort of analyze the original language, it's God made them man and woman. Adam meaning human, basically. You know, Adam
yeah,
was
Adam,
made both man
Adam,
and woman, and that um, Adam was divided into two equal aspects. Then the masculine and the feminine, and that aspect side side or aspect word was mistranslated into rib,
mm,
you
yeah.
know.
So I mean, they got that fundamental wrong, but like he was preaching about that, and all the conservative messaging. So that broke me. The second thing was he did a healing prayer. You've probably seen when they do healing prayer, which, I'm not, making fun of anyone who believes in that. But
That's not
what got
really
me,
I'm not sure if that's really a big thing in Poland.
yeah, I haven't, I know I haven't heard of healing prayer being a big thing in Jewish communities. Maybe it depends which community you're talking about. But
Yeah, but
like,
I'm not sure if it's a thing in the Polish Catholic communities.
hmm, okay. I think it's probably something it's definitely more prevalent in the evangelical communities. So, but he healed somebody who came up to the stage. He had a crutch, right? His one leg was not working,
Oh
and so
my
then he healed the
goodness.
guy. He healed the guy, and the
It
guy was
always feels
walking,
like
and
such a scam to me.
because it was a scam. And I'll tell you what really happened. So this guy he went up to the stage on crutches, and claimed he could not walk with his right leg. And so the
Right.
pastor healed him, basically put a hand on his forehead, pushed him down to the ground, and then and all that stuff, right? So But the hat that guy was wearing was a very particular color. It was like a brownish orange, toupee hat. So he was
Right.
wearing that, and I was like, wait, I saw that guy when I entered the church. This was some mega church we were in. So he entered the church. I'm like,
Oh,
wait, I
mega
saw that
churches
guy.
are definitely not a thing in Poland.
No,
Those
well, other than
stadium-like
cathedrals.
churches, you know?
Um, but yeah, but I saw that guy. I'm like, wait, I remember that old guy. He walked in when I walked in the church. He also walked in because I remembered his hat,
Right?
and he was walking on both legs. So it was staged.
Right. Yeah.
It was completely
Like I
staged.
don't know. There's a lot of
Yeah.
horrible like the I don't know. The whole idea of the mega church is a one big scam to begin with, to be quite honest.
It's plain old capitalism.
Yeah, like a mega church, like a stadium rally with priests that have planes. Oh my goodness. Of course,
Yeah, I
Poland has
mean,
its own super rich priest called rhetoric, you know? He has like a TV station or a radio station, Radio Maria, you know? The Mary radio. And
interesting. The Catholic
basically,
radio.
yeah, he scams older ladies into calling and saying something and then siphons money. And
Of course.
he has one of a few he had one of the few models of like the most expensive car in the world or something. And then
What, like a Bugatti or something, or what?
I have to check like what the car
That's
was.
crazy.
Wait, I have to. But that's not the weirdest part. I will try to tell you in a second. Where is it? Maybach.
Oh, the Maybach, yeah,
Maybach.
the big Mercedes,
It's one
yeah.
of
It's kind
the
of like
most expensive and luxurious cars in the world.
he had
But
5 of those things. Crazy.
and they asked him, so how did you get that car? And do you know what he said? With a straight face? Yes,
What did he say?
a homeless person gifted it to me.
What?
Yeah, it was his straight faced answer. A homeless person gifted it to
Oh my
me.
goodness. That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah,
that is also something that these Indian evangelists would also say, because I also have an article and I'll post it in the Discord. I do have to go shortly. Sorry,
yeah.
yeah, this Dinakaran, this Indian evangelist, he he apparently the income tax department in India seized a bunch of unaccounted income. So there were, and this is if I say this correctly, there was 1.2 billion Indian rupees. So 1.2 billion rupees of unaccounted income. He was just hiding it from the government.
Right. Was it
In
from a
let me
homeless person?
Most likely. Anyways, that's like $14 million. That's $14 million in US dollars. So yeah, 1.2 billion rupees is 14 million US dollars. So he's hiding $14 million from the Indian government, and also found 4.5 kilograms of gold. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So yeah. And the tax sleuths, they're also looking at his companies and trusts across 12 countries, including Israel and the USA. So, and they found
Mm-hmm.
over 200 bank accounts. And I know this guy personally. This is crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Or sort of personally. I know him through like other like Indian ministers and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, got to cook
You're
the book for the.
famous.
Ugh, yeah, for being friends with infamous criminals. Yes. Yeah, I have strange allies on my side, but not really. But anyways,
I'm
the
not sure if that's an ally,
no,
but yeah,
but
you can be the voice that, pushes for a change in your faith, you know?
Yeah, and I want it to be where like, I feel like I'm the only one who's calling this stuff out. Everyone else in the Christian community is like, well, you gotta. They're just telling me, don't say that. Let him cook. Let him cook. That's basically what they're telling me. And it's like, why? Like greed is one of the seven deadly sins. Why aren't you calling that out? You just focus on lust all day long.
Right. I feel
You
like
know,
an
it's
important
like,
part in your journey is to sort of find like-minded people who are also Christian, you know?
and I'm finding them. There are definitely people who on who are on the more progressive side of Christianity, socialist anarchists, and sort of, want the institutions like, you know, totally, you know, wants the institutions basically abolished. So yeah, and I'm finding that it's just we're not the ones running things,
Yeah.
and that's the
Well,
sad thing. We're not running these.
that's why the fight goes on, you know? And
Mhm.
we're all, no matter what faith or even no faith, we're all together in a fight for a better world at the end of the day.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, it was. And I think this was great because like it just learning more and more about like sort of the Polish and Eastern European like Jewish communities and how they sort of how they sort of not only viewed faith but like how their communities worked, and just like I'm like that sounds like such a better world.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's
it really
gone.
does. Yep.
Although I don't know. I have plans, you know? I have my plans. I have a
Yeah.
person that's like-minded, so they're also thinking of the same thing. And also I've been
Yeah. And
learning about Mexico lately, thanks to fake Alec Kyle Parker. I still have to finish the history of the revolution for independence, and it just feels like Mexico had the the foundation to be a much better country than what the US was, you know?
I mean, so did India, to in
Right.
Pakistan, and all the in Sri Lanka. They had a much better foundation, especially India with the Ambedkarite and
Yeah.
anti-caste movement.
It's a
Yeah,
very
all
tragic,
that
you know.
potential. Yeah,
And it's also like as I've said about the 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 whole after a community that's gone, after the people that are gone in Poland, you know? You could say the very same thing about indigenous people in North America, you know?
yeah,
That there's no, like, you know, it's all destroyed. And how would you even go to recover the history?
yeah. When a lot of it's been destroyed, or like there's only a few people like trying to reconstruct it, or like to
How would you go
rediscover it.
about it?
Yeah.
That's, you know,
Yeah. So actually, one quick thing I'll leave you all with, and then I've got to go, and you've probably gotta gotta go as well. So I posted that one article in Politics Channel, which was about queer people. It was about actually in the Tamil language. There are terms for queer people in the Tamil language, and this is unique compared to all other languages in India. I mean, not unique. I mean, there are some languages that may have certain words, like the word hijra, for example. But I have problems with that word that we already talked about.
mm-hmm.
But in the Tamil language, which is spoken in Tamil Nadu, which is where, if you know where the city of Chennai or the old name Madras is, that's where it is. Or in northern Sri Lanka, they have terms for queer people. So a queer person in, and I'm going to
Ah,
butcher this
yes, I
because I don't
remember that
speak.
you've sent. I've seen it.
I don't speak Tamil, so I'm probably gonna butcher this. Actually, one of my streaming friends, he is actually a Tamil person. He's a Tamil lefty person. His name is Arun. You've probably heard of Arun or seen him around.
Arun.
Um, yeah, Arun, and
Arun.
I'm gonna post it. Yeah, Arun,
Arun.
and he's. I'll post his link. He's awesome too. But
Maybe I should
he will.
do a collab as well with Arun.
Yeah, yeah. I'll see if he's. It would be cool to get him on as well. But so the terms. So for queer person in Tamil, it's pal puttamayar. Pal puttamayar is queer. If you're a trans woman, the term is tirunangai. Tirunangai. If you're a trans man, it's tirinambi. And then if you're an intersex person, it's urupal, urupal. And then there's also there's a non-gender term for trans people and non-binary people as well. So if you're trans or non-binary, the term is tiranar.
Right.
Tiranar. It's hard to say these words for me,
Oh
but
yeah. I think
yeah.
fake Alec Hal Parker has a point when saying that
Yeah.
we probably shouldn't be talking in the global VC.
Good point. Yeah, yeah. We maybe maybe next time,
Someone might jump
and
in and be like,
discuss.
"Bleh," you know. Although I'm pretty sure that no strange people are in the giggle court, but
Nah, your community is very chill. I really enjoy it, even if I don't come by that often. It
people
is.
that are this is very interesting because the verification for the channel is not complicated, but whenever sus people wanted to join, they usually get stuck on the verification.
Well, Rip Bozo, I guess. uh,
But yes, thank you for coming and for being here, and I hope to talk to you once more. And hope you can get
Same.
on the President Sunday to talk to people that are not here.
Yeah, yeah, too. I'll have to see how I'll probably reach out to you offline about that, see how we can get in touch with him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'll make it probably like a 30-minute thing, and then like 30 minutes and then questions, and just so it's easier for everybody to understand. So,
Right.
but yeah, thank you, Lucy. Appreciate
you.
it. I've
you.
I've
That
directed
was
people
great.
over to you, so you probably
Thank
got
you.
some follows tonight.
Thank you.
Cool.
I'm gonna play a bit more game then sleep like a duck.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out in
Also,
chat.
I'm
So,
going to send you the saddest video on all of YouTube.
the saddest. Oh, am I ready for this?
Yeah. Actually, some of those it's like I don't know, uncontrolled tears. You'll see. Watch the when you get off, watch it and tell me what you think. It's oh my goodness.
Oh no, it's oh no, it's with the oh this is gonna be really sad. Yeah, I'll let you know when I watch it. I gotta be ready.
All right. I will see
All right,
you, Giggler.
gigglers. See you in chat.
Bye bye.
Good night.
Okay, I'm gonna disconnect myself from the global as well before anyone jumps in to say something silly. Okay, we're gonna play some game for a few minutes, then we're gonna finish. Watch the video, Boy Meets Minion, you're gonna see. It's a series of videos about death who is portrayed as gentle and kind, which is a pretty original depiction of death, It's so sad. Alright, there's our ticket to Rafe Island. Ahoy, you got the coin, a job well done. Let's go back to the bridge. The captain will be waiting. We've beaten the demo now officially. And we've done a much better job fighting the boss. And when playing the demo, we actually died once to this boss, believe it or not. So that is a whole thing. You see the sleeping dragon thing? Oh, y'all gone and done it. Stunning performance, pals. I am officially naming you members of our crew. No way! So we're real pirates? We fulfilled our end of the deal. Will you take us to Rafe Island now? Aye. This crew a mate in need as a quest indeed. Huzzah. Your boat is huge. I can't wait to see the kitchen. Hold your horses, son. That their ship ain't ours. No, no, no. We be right this way. The Oakum skiff ain't much to look at, but it'll get you across the shallow mire to Rife Island, alright? Oh my god. No comment. Just gotta stick to that canal, no open sea for us till we get a proper vessel. So unless you'll have someone finish business, we can set sail for Right Island right now. Take in the sunlight, pals. I hear Rife Island is really gloomy. Yeah, a good old soul-based dweller will do that. Nothing you solstice folk can fix, of course. Well, at least I hope so. Wouldn't want to end up moving there permanently. What do you mean? Don't you know about the one-way trip thing? Well, here's another one you'll never heard before. No one that's been to Rife Island has ever returned. Why not? Kinathen? Stories say that the Dweller of Woe has mind control powers. After setting foot on Rife Island, people are cursed to remain there for the rest of their lives. And life on Rife Island is lived day by day, for no one knows who the Dweller will prey on next. Right? These things feed, ain't you heard? Aye, every so often the dweller sings with her cursed voice, compelling one of the denizens of Rafe Island to sleepwalk into her lair, never to return. Okay, that's... But why would people even go there then? Beats me, curiosity, boredom, a need to escape. You'll get to ask soon enough. Did you guys know about all this? Don't worry, girl. It's what we have been trained for. And the headmaster is in charge of the mission. He's dealt with many dwellers before. Erlina and Burgaves will be there too, and they're much stronger than us. I'm sure we can handle it. It's just kind of giving me the creeps. The eclipse makes the dwellers weak to our magic. Everything will be fine. And don't forget, it's the last dweller. These are real to think that will be the ones to see the end of it all after centuries of struggle. That means you'll be free from duty. You can travel the world. Ahoy, Captain. Seems the sun be setting. Don't you blink now or you'll miss it. Behold, the legendary ghost ship that appears at dusk, this Vespera time. What's the prize? The Vespertine will be ours only one day, or my name is not Kinathan. All in due time, mateys. For now, we're about to hit the docks. Look alive and brace yourselves. The Great Archives. By overcoming the dead wizard's illusions, our heroes have secured passage to Wraith Island in time for the eclipse. In this place, where the night is everlasting and the dead still live, they brace themselves to fight the last known dweller. While evil forces prepare to play their hand, fear is set to strike very close to home. The home of giggling. And we will probably finish here when we find a safe point. And we're gonna prepare a super special stream for Monday. It was supposed to be today, but... Oh, I guess, wait. It was a super special stream. But it was not thanks to me, it was thanks to the guest. So on Monday, I will prepare something super special, you know. Things are complicated. This place is gloomy. But the point is that I was not prepared enough for today. All part of the curse run here. Headmaster Moraine calls it the Night Shroud. It's an old fleshmancer curse that prevents any sunlight from reaching the island. So even after you defeat the Dweller. Yeah, there ain't no fixing that one, but hey, it's a living. Speaking of which, the town of Lucan should be just ahead. We'll be kicking it back to the local tavern. Can't leave you till you take care of business anyway. Yolanda, why come here with us if you knew how dangerous it was? We be trusting the captain and seems the captain be trusting you all. If our adventure is to end here, I say so be it. We will have remained loyal to the end and seen that much more of the world. Right on, Kinathan. Hey, you should come to see us at the inn. We'll be playing some music. You play music? Aye, Captain wants us to practice cheering up the places we visit. Well, onwards then. Cool pirates. A pirate house is meant to be. Well, Tri's invitation sounds fun. How about we go to the inn and take it easy for a little while? It's not like there's anything more you can do until the others get here. I suppose we did arrive early. Oh, don't feel bad. You've accomplished so much already. Plus this cleansing thing, fighting a dweller must be a pretty big deal. Might as well be fully rested, you think, don't you think? I guess we could take a short break. Alright, let's make for Lucent. Or Lucent. We need to find a safe point. There we go. So we're moving through the game. We're gonna finish it here. Thank you all for coming to the stream. Today was pretty cool. And I'm gonna see you on Monday. 5 hours 40. Oh wow. Wait. Hold on. Oh wow. Alright then. It's been a longer stream than I thought. Thank you for the lovely stream. Good night and kind regards. Thank you. I'm gonna write love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. I'm gonna press end stream.